Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader live in studio, recovering from her birthday, I'm assuming. Our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shy.
Good morning.
And as usual, and today he's got on that Carolina blue today. Out there in Charleston, our senior market strategist, Jimmy the Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Yeah, I do have my North Carolina blue on right now. It's very southern and it's very refreshing. I am ready to go this morning.
No, he's ready to rock. You can see it. You said it. He looks fresh.
I know.
Well, to me, it's all about momentum. And the Bulls, they need to continue to keep it. Otherwise, what have I been saying pretty much every day for a while now? What does the market do when it gets quiet? It grinds lower. I mean, that is just the reality of it.
Yep.
And, yesterday proved to me again that even though I've turned short-term bullish, I'm still a bear. I still think that this market's going to head lower. I think that we're in this perfect storm that I've been writing about, where I think the Bulls have a chance to go after those 90-day pause highs and see if they could build on it. You've got gold continues to be weak. It's up today, but it's weak off the high. I think today is going to be interesting to see how gold kind of ends up this day. I think today is really an important day with gold up 1.25%. It took such a big move off the highs. I don't know what percentage it came off the highs, but it was a good amount, recovering a little today.
Overnight, still, again, had that big bid overnight. Come down a little bit, but
Yeah.
still, it was up over almost $100 overnight.
Yeah, but I'm saying, when I say, weak is the wrong word. It's just the rallies are starting to get faded a little bit. They're not staying on the highs.
Right.
Before they were staying on the highs, now they're not. That's the best way to put it. Bonds are bid again. They gave back all their day yesterday, most of it. I don't know if they got into the gap. I didn't look at that far, but again, they're up again. Not things that are screaming out to me, sell the rally in equities. Rates sit at 4.3 and 10s. Bitcoin, ETH come off a little bit today, still remain relatively bid. Dollar's down today. Shy, any headlines overnight or anything?
It was a pretty quiet night. You did have JP Morgan came out and said that the market's underpricing rate cuts, and they expect bonds to rally. We had Taiwan said, I guess on the positive tariff front, we had Taiwan said they're willing to buy more weapons, gas, and agricultural goods to reduce their trade deficit with the U.S. in order to avoid tariffs. And then you had China coming out overnight, and they said the U.S. should revoke all unilateral tariffs, and they deny that there are any talks in the works.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the games continue. Jimmy, overnight, what did you see?
Well, the thing that struck me in the equity markets, at least, and maybe the other markets as well, is that it was almost a normal night, right? We had decent volume. We have about 185,000 traded in the E-mini S&P's front month. Not extraordinarily large, not extraordinarily small, right in that sweet spot. We're unched on the day, basically. On the session, okay, down 10, big deal. That's unched in these times. And we have, it's kind of like it was settling for me to see that kind of that kind of pause, maybe, if you will. And so we'll see if that 5,400 level is sticky or not in the E-mini S&P. At least it'll be a good benchmark.
Yeah, I think ultimately not a lot has changed from yesterday today. Obviously, nothing in the headline, Shy.
Yeah.
Do we have any data this morning?
Yeah, so at 8:30, we have jobless claims and continuing claims, durable goods and cap goods. Durable goods and cap goods, probably not market moving. Again, the market's going to be looking at jobless claims to see if there's any weakening in the labor market. At 10, we have existing home sales. 10:30, natural gas inventories. And 11, Kansas City Fed manufacturing.
Jobs data.
So it'll be jobs data. Again, like I said, the market's going to be looking for any weakness in the labor market, which would signify that the Fed would be willing to cut rates.
I expect that to be a mover for the bond markets, which in return, I think expect equity markets to move a little bit, but we'll see. I mean, again, I'm going to go back to momentum for the bulls. It's such a different story, and it from where we've been over the last couple of years, where the bears, we always talked about them trying to maintain momentum to take us lower during that whole bull market run, 20+% the last couple of years and each year. And now you have this scenario where, again, watch the action in the tape, everyone, when we're doing nothing. We grind lower, right? And now the bulls are trying to fight what the bears were fighting, and they need data to support prices, which in the past, even if data was relatively weak and there was all these things going on, negative headlines, bulls push through it. You're seeing a very similar situation, which is why I continue to say I still believe this is a bear market. I think this rally is a bull market or is a bear market bounce. And, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, anytime we've bounced, it's mostly been retail traders. So we really haven't seen institutional traders jump on any longs here. It's literally been all retail. And so I think that's also another reason why they get faded pretty quickly. These rallies get faded pretty quickly.
Jimmy, have volumes, I don't look at volume a lot. Is volume picked up or is it just seems light? I don't know what it is. It just feels like we're busy, but it feels not like the volume is as high as I would anticipate it to be.
Yeah, and I've noticed the same thing, and it really started right before Easter, and it's kind of continued throughout today, right? And this morning we have a little bit more volume in some of the markets, which might be a tell that there might be some more folks coming in. But going back to the E-mini S&P, we only had a 65 handle range last night so far in pre-market. But yeah, it's I get the sense that that's true. The other thing I feel is that maybe the market's is starting to figure out that this the news / rumors that are coming out from Capitol Hill and the dialogue from the Fed folks that have been hitting the street recently, the market's kind of shrugging its shoulders right now and say, hey, we want to see some proof. We want to see some facts to actually make us move this market.
It goes back to what I've been saying with taking the confidence genie out of the bottle. That's not my line. I took that from someone else's, but I think it's great. And that's what happens, right? Well, ultimately, right now, we're still caught in that 90-day pause, big up day. We're still inside the biggest news that we've had, which was, I don't want to say that it was some closure. Well, there was the uncertainty of, are we going to get a pause? So there was, right, the VIX spike in, and the market's heading lower and waiting for a small win. We talked about this with Jim Bianco.
Yeah, I was just going to say that too.
Then we get to the point where there is a 90-day pause and the markets still aren't able to take out that high. So we're still caught in this area. And the news that's come back and forth, going back to what Jimmy said, none of it has been really any closure to anything. Because every day we're going, oh, shy. People in chat are going, Tracy, what news was that? And a lot of these headlines are just being regurgitated, Shy.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, case in point, yesterday, Wall Street Journal came out and said Trump's willing to lower tariffs on China. That news came out from Bloomberg much earlier that morning. I think the thing that got the market excited is that it had a figure on it of, 50 or 60%, which is hilarious because if you think, when 50 or 60% was first floated, the market freaked out. Now the market's like relieved that it would be 50 or 60%.
It goes back to what we started yesterday's conversation about. The market always finds a way to make money once it knows what the outcome is. And, I'm not someone who's, look, I'm always uncertain, right? You never know what's going to happen, especially in the Trump administration. There's a lot of uncertainty out there anyway. And so I don't like to say that the markets don't like uncertainty because what's ever really certain. But in this situation, because it's policy that's going to come into play, these businesses, these companies can't do anything, really. They're kind of at a halt right now. So that starts affecting earnings. It starts affecting everything. That really matters. So once we have closure, again, I think that ultimately then clears the path for, real moves in this market. Until then, it's a day trader's paradise as far as I'm concerned. I think, You know, yesterday I felt bad for Kane. He had that one headline where he got clipped, but then I know that later in the day I think he caught it short pretty well. But again, it goes to show you, everybody, work stops.
Yeah, you gotta be careful in this market because it's headline driven right now, and there's so much misinformation and contradictory information on each headline. So be careful out there.
Work those stops, everybody. Make sure you know, I even think bracketed orders, you know, putting your stop and your entries in. You see a lot of the order flow labs guys are doing it, and you see how consistent, like, you know, Merritt is the minute he's in, and you know, Merritt works his stops a little bit wider, and then you see him clicking out right when he doesn't want them. I mean, he's constantly engaged with the tape. I think so many people come here and maybe watch, you know, to see what the traders are going to do in terms of winning and losing. Watch the execution skills.
Right.
That's very important, because staying in business, as long as a lot of these guys have and girls have, and staying in business in general, and for what they, you know, that's really a big key to success, because in this type of market, there's going to be an opportunity 5 minutes later. I mean, that's just the realities of it. We get to chat here. Good morning, everybody. I see the chat just really blowing up this morning. It was really active. It's great to see all of you. Good morning. Oh, we see Merritt, actually. We got Merritt in there, Ryan, AV, Ferrieri, Evan Turner, 2020, Anissa, Steve. Good morning, everybody. Big guest lineup today. We've got the Pip Czar.
We've got Pip Czar, Blake Morrow.
Blake Morrow.
He's excellent. So we're going to talk a little bit about commodities and currencies with him.
Yeah, I love Pip.
Oh,
it's funny. His name's Blake, but he's the Pip Czar. And, of course, we've got Stowe back. Love having Stowe at 11.
Stowe's great.
Stowe is great. And then for trading today, we've got my man trading boxes, Christian. Love that guy. So, stack lineup. Who's with Stowe this afternoon? Is Stowe on the afternoon? Is Leo back today? Streamer boy?
Leo. Yeah.
So we got another, I guess, we Jimmy and I went over Bitcoin yesterday on hot commodities. And, you know, we had that huge move up. As it happens, yesterday, ETF saw an inflow of $381 million. So,
yeah.
There you go. There's your Bitcoin trivia for the day.
I mean, you two calling it the Bitcoin is epic. Every time Jimmy goes, let's go to the Bitcoin. Good morning. We got Aaron Renfrew in here. Good morning, Aaron. Can't wait to have you. We got to have Aaron on the show, too. Aaron's my guy. Really love Aaron. Good morning, Scott, AV. Stay puffed. I love seeing some of the names in here, too. We've got a lot of regulars now. You know, yesterday we cleared the 125,000 mark. When we announced NinjaTrader Live, we were at 112,000 subscribers, so 13,000 subscribers, and I think we're in week 6 or 7 here. It's pretty awesome. So thank you all for tuning in to hear us every day. We love the comments and chat as well. We're checking them throughout the entire session, so it's always good to engage with everybody. You know, as far as the dollar goes, Shy, I think that's something else I want to talk about again before we get to Jimmy's edge report this morning. It's weaker across all the currencies now this morning that I see. Besides Bitcoin, is it a currency? I don't know, but whatever. Whatever. Let's not go there right now.
Let's not go there right now. We're going to open a whole can of worms.
I know, but it is weaker across the majors. What's going on?
This morning. And so, you know, I think, again, it's this trade uncertainty. You've had, you know, there have been several banks that have come out that still have, you know, issued negative warnings on the dollar. And so, you know, it's still generally weak. It would be interesting to see if it holds that 97.921 low. And or if we get a little bit of strength here. So keep an eye on that for certain.
I'm losing folks' audio here.
I think, you know, I mean, it really varies as far as I'm getting an echo in here. It's freaking me out. So, all right, So we're going to go to Jimmy now for the Edge Report, and we'll be back with Blake Morrow.
All right, folks, we are back. I do want to make a special shout out. I see Anissa in the house. Anissa, great seeing you here in our new NinjaTrader Live. I'm sure you've been here before, but I just noticed, and Anthony called you out also. 10-year notes right now. Let's start with that. We're back in my sweet spot, right? This is a long-term consolidation area in the 10-year notes. Yeah, we had some price dislocation up, some price dislocation down. But right now we're smack dab in the middle of this thing, and that's not even a 6-inch sub bun we're trading behind. That's a foot long bun we're trading through right now, and right in the middle of it, all the moving averages are kind of tangled in love right now. We're trying to get above that 8 EMA and that 21 EMA permanently. We'll see if we could do that or not. Deli already mentioned the yield, and we're tracking about 4.34. So below that 4.4 level, way below the 4.5. That's kind of I think that's good news. I'm going to interpret that as good news, as this market is somewhat smarter than the other markets. Let's move over real quickly here to the E-mini S&P and just take a look at some levels here on an intraday chart. Again, tight range, 65 handles, high to low today. I know I can't believe I'm saying that out loud, but it is a tight range. Nice volume profile on the session so far, and now we're trading above the session volume weighted average price. We'll see if that continues or not. We've been kind of crossing it over recently, up and down. We have some jacks levels here and a blind spot at 5,400 on the upside. The pivot actually is 54.30 as another upside target, and then we can get to some high vol levels at 54.50, and then jacks 4, 3, 2, 1-day max R1 all the way up here at approximately 54.82 for some upside targets as well. On the downside, the S1 kind of held. The S1, part of the daily pivot calculation, kind of held around 53.60, kind of framing the bottom of the conversation right now, and that put support 0 DTE is 53.50. We did not close the gap that we saw at the open yesterday in the E-mini S&P. Let's shoot over to gold really quick and see what's going on there. Yeah, we're up $50 today, $55 today on intraday trading, slightly above that anchored VWAP again. R1 target for the upside here. That was actually resistance early in the morning. And remember, these pivot numbers are painted on the chart from the get-go because it's based on previous days' ranges. But 33.75-ish, we could round up, is R1 target on the upside. And then continued previous sessions highs is also another target for me, 33.96 if we keep moving. On the downside, the pivot's right in play as well. The actual pivot is 33.22. And then we can go down to call resistance at 3,300. Right now, relatively constrained. Volume profiles, okay, it's immature, but it will fill out as time goes on. We talked about the Bitcoin. Let's talk about it again. This is a great chart. I'm really a super fan of this market now. I was a slow adopter, but right now we had a really nice breakout a couple days ago from that 89,000 level, and we were driving up to that 95,750 line in the sand I have, which is right by that 61.8% outside fib. Tracy just mentioned some more money flowing into this market, and I expect that to continue. I'd like to see a close over the 95,750 and some continuation buying, and we will get to that 100,000 in my humble opinion. Moving averages are just crossing up here. We got that 80 EMA crossing above that 50, so that's a pretty good signal there for the Bitcoin. Let's kind of roll over. So since we have the PIPSAR here, let's get to the Euro FX really quickly here. Let me just peel over here because this has been a phenomenal story. Huge rally here. Subtle retracement back down. Nothing to get too concerned about if you're bullish on the Euro FX. Right now, we're kind of trading right through that 8 EMA. So that's going to be kind of pivotal for me. Are we going to have another close below it? We barely closed below it yesterday. Let's see if we get another close below it. Then maybe the bears will be like, all right, we're going to have some more retracements to the downside. But right now, we have an equal and opposite candle from a body point of view. So buyers are still involved in this market. Now, the one thing that the bears might look at is that stochastic cross under that we're seeing right here. And that is at, where are we at now? 72.445. So that's what's going on with the Euro FX versus the US dollar. If you're planning your trip to Europe, I wouldn't convert your money just yet. See if we can get some kind of movement back to the downside. And so I think that's it. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Shai and Deli. Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. My bad. All right, we're back, man. Let's keep talking. Let's go to crude. I got some bonus time today. Always love the bonus time. Crude oil. Crude oil is interesting because we've been trading through that ADMA for, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days right now. The stochastics are, yeah, they're gently sloping up. There's, nothing to get too really wildly concerned about, but kind of a little bit of a consolidation, right? If I had to, I have the top of my rectangle up here, the top of my sandwich. Let's make the bottom of my sandwich right now. And this is approximately, and I'll extend it back to here. So we've been trading for the last several sessions, between 61 spot 25 and then the highs at 64 spot 06. And someone might say, well, that's a big range, Jim. Well, it's a decent sized range for sure, but it's not anywhere near these giant monster candles that we see popping up on a routine basis in crude. Let's just kind of move into that intraday chart and check this guy out a little bit more. And what are we looking at here? So nice, interesting price action after the London initial balance. We had a really nice orderly sell-off, and at some point at 5:50 to 6 o'clock in the morning East Coast time, buyers said, nope, pushed us back above that session VWAP, and now we've been trading above that session VWAP for pretty much that pre-market, 6 to 9:30 is what I'd call pre-market maybe time. Forget it, pivot didn't hold really. JAX 1 it's at 6,300 right now, and that's kind of short-term support here. We could kind of again, time for another rectangle. Let me get that up there right there. And so it's kind of holding right now that JAX 1 level, right? That's the gamma exposure level 1. On the upside, we have 1-day min all the way up here at 6,380. And on the downside, if you're bearish here, I don't know, it seems to be pretty strong today. We got JAX 4, we got JAX 2 at 62.5. And on the downside, put supports all the way at 61.50. But as Tracy pointed out, and as we've been seeing, anytime we get a 61 handle, then it's buyers are coming in. Buyers are coming in. So that's that story. One more thing I wanted to show really quickly. I forgot to mention it to Deli this morning. I think I have a couple more seconds here. I did just a real simple correlation chart, and this is the E-mini S&P versus the 30-year Treasury bonds. And I have it color coded. Blue is ES, green is our bonds. I have two different axes here, and I wanted to just kind of do a rough calculation on the correlation. And I'm using an 8-period correlation calculation. Fib number 8 sounds good. And we are so strongly positive right now in this correlation when you would expect it to be negative, right? It's not always it's usually supposed to be a negative correlation. Positive correlation right now, pretty strong. The correlation tool on the NinjaTrader desktop platform is awesome because what I could do with that 8-period, I could change it to whatever period look back I want and see the changes in that correlation over time. So, and I think Deli mentioned this yesterday, to Deli's point, it's like, this is just an odd situation where you have both of these major assets, the 60-40 asset classes, right, allocations, going the same way for so long. So we'll see if this kind of normalizes, and bonds are a good tell going forward. All right, that is the extended Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. We have Blake Morrow, independent trader and co-founder of Forex Analytics. Blake, how are you doing?
Hey, good to see you, Shai. How's it going?
Did
you like it that I called you Shy Girl instead of Tracy?
I know, that was crazy. I love it.
How you doing? Good to see you.
So I want to. Good to see you. So I want to jump in here. We got to talk about the dollar, right?
Yeah.
Because we've seen this massive pullback with a lot of velocity. So, what are your thoughts on the dollar here? Are we ready for a bounce yet? What are you seeing in this market?
Well, thanks for asking, and it is great to be here, and thanks for having me. I was just listening to Jim and his analysis on the euro, and this is the type of environment that obviously we've seen massive dollar selling flows that have come through the market, and one thing I love about the FX market is it's like a big cruise ship that's going in one direction, and we as traders are like little wave runners around it, just trying to trade around this big trend. Well, the cruise ship has definitely turned, and we've seen it turn as the euro's taken out the 18-year trend line from the 160 level all the way down to where we currently trade. So since then, we've seen this big shift in dollars, and so any type of pullback, I'm just using as or a bounce in this case for the dollar. I'm just using it as an opportunity to sell into. I think there is a big shift overall away from the dollar, and I think that's going to persist for a period of time. We will have periods of strength or maybe consolidations is what we're seeing right now. But ironically, I happen to be long the dollar as of about an hour and a half ago. So it's not like it's my base case is to continue to trade the dollar to the short side, but I will be counter trend trading the dollar on the long side. And there's one thing that's always for sure, at least in the very near term, in regards to the dollar will, as much as people like to talk bad about the dollar, we are in a dollar-based system. It is the reserve currency of choice. There's no real alternative. You can use the old TINA acronym. There's no alternative in the currency market. There will be diversification slowly away from the dollar, as we've seen in euro assets and into sterling, yen, Swiss francs, but only to a certain extent. So yeah, these bounces that we're seeing in the dollar, I sell into overall longer term. But even today, like I said, I happen to be long the dollar against the Canadian is about an hour and a half ago. So.
And just before I can't hear him. Oh. Just before, I just want to make note, we have data coming up, so we'll cut in 3 minutes for initial jobless claims and continuing claims. But while we're waiting on that, let's talk about the yen a little bit. I think that's moved quite a bit, but Japan has said, well, we all know Japan wants a stronger yen, but Japan has said that's not really part of trade talks right now. I'm kind of skeptical of that. So what are your thoughts on the yen here? Or is it just a kind of a safety trade right now?
Well, the Trump administration actually just I believe it was yesterday. It's early in the morning here. It's 5 o'clock in the morning here, so I have to go back and check my notes. But they said yesterday that they're not. I believe it was yesterday that they're not going to pressure Japan into weakening their currency, and so as a result, the yen started moving, and I think the 140 level on the dollar yen is, well, technically it's a big neckline for a big head and shoulder pattern, but the way that the yen is going to break through that means the yen would strengthen, would be on further progress between the U.S. and Canada. If history is something that we can look at regarding Japanese and U.S. Relations, I believe that they're going to be one of the first countries, even ahead of the Eurozone, to put together some sort of trade deal, which will further strengthen the yen, as long as as inflation continues to rise and the Japanese economy stays stable. So I believe that we're going to break through the 140 level in the dollar yen. It's just a matter of time. But the bounce that we're seeing right now, currently trading at 142.50, I've been looking to sell into this bounce. I was hoping we get closer to 145 to get a better foothold on a dollar short yen long. But we just the bounce hasn't been as as big as I would hope to trade into. But I do think the dollar yen is in focus. I think it's right for traders to be focusing on that particular pair.
Blake, I'm back. I don't know if you can hear me. Good morning, my brother.
Hey, good morning. Good to see you, Anthony. How you been?
I'm doing
Great.
good, buddy. We got this data coming out here at 8:30. I'm going to keep up the yen and the euro. We'll go through it. What was your position again in the dollar right now?
I'm long a little bit of dollar Canadian. So, basically long a little dollars, and the data should be out, coming out.
Yep. And for initial jobless claims, 222 expected, 222 actual. And continuing claims expected was 1869, came in at 1841. So labor market seems pretty steady.
Minimal movement right now. Equities, we'll get charts up here in just a second. Equities really kind of quiet. Yeah, so I've got up the yen, and that was going to be my question for you. Everyone's talking about the yen, Blake, as watching as a proxy for what's going to happen with the indexes. Talk to us about why you believe so many traders are always, especially macro traders, so focused on the yen, and what are your thoughts on the yen, dollar yen?
Okay. And that's actually, it's a loaded question, Anthony. And by the way, you guys are doing a great job here at NinjaTrader Live. So great shows. I just want to tip my hat to you guys. As far as the yen goes, why the yen is in demand, when you look at the country as a whole, it's just because Japan owns a majority of its debt, and so as a safe haven asset, it runs either first or second next to the U.S. dollar, and within the top three, followed right behind or right next to the Swiss franc. So as an FX trader, I feel that we have insights into what could be happening in other markets. Anthony, you know this. And you as well, Tracy. We've been in the markets for decades, and we've always looked around and said, smartest people in the room are usually the fixed income guys and gals, and then right next to them would be the FX market, because the FX market happens to be the largest market. So when we see flows come through the FX market, it's more telling on what could come in equities. Equity markets tend to be the most it's kind of the tail that's being wagged, so to speak. And so when we see these developments like a stronger yen or a stronger Swiss franc, and in today's case happens to be a weaker Swiss franc, which also leads me to believe that the equity market recovery, probably back above 5,400 is not it's probably going to happen. It's not something that I really am going to question at this point in time, just because, again, these FX flows tend to give us these indications on what we might see develop in equities even throughout the course of the day. So the yen, it's a big tell, and I think equity traders rightfully should be watching the yen. And if the dollar yen drops below 140, I don't know if I'd want to be long equities at all. At all, period, end of story. So and that's one of those cues that I think traders that are focused in multi-asset classes, not just equities, but also FX, commodities, whether you're queuing off of crude oil or maybe what's happening in gold or in the copper market. It's really important in today's market to be focused on what's happening in all asset classes.
So dollar yen 140, we've got up to 6J. Would that be what price when you look at the yen on the futures?
Yeah, so if you're looking at the 6J, let me since I tend to look at currencies independently. So for example, like my focus this morning has been more on the Kiwi yen. But when you're looking at the 6J, you're basically looking at 72.32, right around there. That's the 6J. 0.00723 would be the big breakout point. You can see it's on a daily chart. If you're looking at the CME, I think it is the highs from December of 2023, the highs of September 2024, and then that's going to take us right near the highs that we reached earlier this month in April. So
Yeah, I always love picking your brain because you come from a place that I don't watch a lot, and that's the currency markets. And like you said, it really is the biggest market. And in this environment, we talk about with Shy every morning how important the dollar is and how important, really, right now, the currency markets. We don't talk about them enough, really, right, Shy? I mean, that's why it's great to have Blake here and kind of open not only this up to us, but to all the traders out there. And you heard what he said, everybody. Watch this yen. It's going to be something to be told on what happens on the future price of U.S. equities. And of course, we'll have you back to talk about that. We cut his time short, but I wanted to give you time, a little bit more time, because I had mic issues. They're squeezing me out, Blake. I don't know what's going on here. But Shai, any last questions for Blake?
So I'd like to get your thoughts on gold here, because we've kind of seen a big pullback. Is it risk off now for the gold market, or are you still thinking that we might this is going higher?
That's a great question, and first of all, I feel bad for Jim, who was on earlier. When you have technical issues and you're doing live shows, it's kind of like everybody's watching you, and it's like, dance, monkey dance, and you're like trying to fill in stuff. So I get it. I totally get it. I've done it myself many times. Now, as far as gold goes, the gold market's interesting. I still see Asian demand. Even last night, in the Asian market, since the FX market's a 24-hour market, so I'm trading pretty much around the clock with our community. Gold is still in demand in Asia. Now, I do think that a near-term top has been put in, and I think anybody who's bullish doesn't want to see anything below 29.50. That's like kind of my line in the sand that I'm looking at. If it drops below that and I was long, I wouldn't want to be long anymore. I think we're still in a buy dip mentality in gold. I don't think structurally anything's changed as far as the reasoning to be buying gold. And you talk about central banks continuing to diversify into gold, and gold is a small market. So you might think in commodities it's a big market, but in the grand scheme of things, it is really just a small market. So the push into precious metals, like especially gold, for example, or even you could take Bitcoin on a non-fiat type of basis, that demand is there and it's insatiable right now. And I don't see any dynamics changing, especially with the current political environment. And with what the Trump administration has done, not only we could talk about the headlines that are flying around between the trade war, but also when you're talking about Ukraine and Russia, and you look at other countries thinking, man, what if that happens to me? They're going to be continuing to diversify into gold as well. So I think buying pullbacks makes a lot of sense. I was just having a conversation with Mark Dow of Behavioral Macro. He's a long-term hedge fund manager, ex-IMF guy. I had a 45-minute conversation with him yesterday, and he was mentioning that this situation that governments are looking at, the weaponization of the U.S. dollar and the U.S.'s positioning, that's going to keep gold a nice bid in gold even on dips. So like I said, technically speaking, we stay above 3,000, 29.50. I wouldn't be too worried about this, and buying dips seems like the way to go as far as gold goes.
Blake, it's been a pleasure having you here today. Everybody, follow Blake on Twitter. He is the Pip Czar, one of my original follows on X. Been a long time, and he's the co-founder of Forex Analytics. If you want to learn more about currencies, just overall markets, go check out what they're doing at Forex Analytics. Blake, my brother, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You guys keep rocking it out over here on NinjaTrader Live. Good to see you, Anthony, and great to see you, Tracy. Love meeting you in person a couple of months back. You guys have a great day. Good luck.
All right, Shai. Watch the yen. You heard Blake.
I've been telling you guys.
Yeah.
But Blake actually absolutely makes a great point. If we break that level, he said you don't want to be long, or he wouldn't want to be long equities. So keep your eye on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strongest takeaway I have right now. Obviously a lot going on in the currency markets. We should be talking about that more. And don't forget, everybody, obviously we have a lot of currencies here on NinjaTrader. There's micros as well. So to dip your foot into these markets, there's microcurrencies. Actually, the first micro, I believe, was gold. And I know that there's, people think the first micros were equity indexes. They weren't. It was gold.
Yeah.
And there's micros for these currencies as well. So.
Yep.
They move, and right now they're moving a lot, and we'll be talking more about them here on NinjaTrader Live. So, Shai, quick preview before we get into it with Pharm. 10 o'clock data. Do we think it's going to be market moving? I know you'll be in chat talking about it. Just give us a quick thoughts on before we let you go.
It's existing home sales, so I don't think it's really going to move the market that much. I think new home sales yesterday was probably more important. And then at 11, we have Kansas City Fed manufacturing activity. That could move the market depending on how bad it is.
Yeah. Well,
let's put it that way.
And then on the close today, we have Google.
We have Google and Intel after the close for earnings.
Yeah, keep an eye on them today. Shai, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's get right into it. Let's bring my guy in. We held him back long enough, man. He's clawing at the screen. He's going, let me in there. I need to talk, volume profile. I'm ready to rock and roll. Good morning, my brother Pharm.
Good morning, Deli. How we doing?
I'm doing great, man. It's interesting. I know that you caught part of what Blake said, and I know that you watch the yen as well. I know you watch currencies. I mean, I know you're a price monkey. And this is not me saying this. This is him saying it. But you watch the macro side of things too. You watch things outside of your charting to kind of get a tell what's going on in the markets. What are your thoughts on what Blake said this morning?
Yeah, I think it's spot on, and I think there's a lot of eyes on that 140 level USD JPY, and I agree. Probably not good things for equities if that gives way in any kind of meaningful way. And, for me, I mean, I just watch whatever basically equities are responding to at the time, right? So, I mean, in some instances that might be, long end yields. Some instances it might be a currency pair. But we've talked about that before. So while I don't have, a pure macro background, it's simple enough to just look and see what the market's responding to when you're a price monkey. So price monkey, get a price monkey, my friend.
And for me, I'm similar in that thinking because I've spread out my trading a little bit. I look for these big areas in these other markets to spark volatility, to spark either reversals of trends or continuation in trends. That's why I like watching them. I think for the really short-term trader, it's one of those things where I don't think you necessarily need to watch it too closely, but I think that when it does break those levels, you are aware of it, that it sparks volatility in your markets. That's really one of the most important things, so you can just manage your risk better. Speaking of managing your risk better, let's go right into the charts today. Let's get caught up where we are with these markets. And so I'm starting off with gold today, Pharm, and my reason is because I like to paint a picture when I look at the markets when I come in every day. What type of market environment are we in? Gold came off that high. We talked about this. Really the perfect time that, all of a sudden we get some announcements coming out, and we've talked about how incredible that really works. And you have this gap lower now in gold. And you have some stabilization today, still really inside yesterday's big range for gold. These are some big ranges gold is getting. Remember, gold has micros as well if you guys want to go and look at those markets. 8-day moving average, 33.28. Moving averages are going up, okay, like this. So you got the 821.34 going up. Bollinger Band still remained open. What gets interesting for me in gold and why I'll be watching it pretty closely today is if we start to go back up and fill that gap and get above this high here in gold, boy, I wonder what that does with equity markets. Inside yesterday's day, don't think it does much for us, but opening range last night in gold was the low. But the rally got sold again this morning. I talked about this with Tracy this morning. I'm not saying gold is weaker, but you're not seeing like the gold market get back up above previous day's high yet. It's not doing that. We're inside. We'll see how it goes today. I think if gold stays weaker and potentially were to take out this low or to take out today's low, the opening range low, or yesterday's high, watch how that impacts equity markets. I will be very curious to see that. Going into ZB, ZB yesterday, here's what I thought was very interesting with ZB yesterday. They gave back their whole day before equities did. So if you go back and look at the chart, ZB was going down because I was watching Kane. He was looking at shorting NASDAQ, and I saw ZB going down and down and down. I'm thinking to myself, if they continue to push lower, is that going to start spilling over into equities? And it did, right? But then look what happened. Neither one of them filled the gap. Now, pretty much opening range yesterday in ZB was the low. It's pushing back up higher. And look at us this morning at S&P. We're up. They took the weakness in S&P and they bought it. Again, they protected both gaps. Something to keep in mind. Now, when I go into S&P, so when I go to the S&P, chart's taking a second here. It'll pop up. It's just one of those mornings for me, Pharm. I feel like are you spilling that China hack that happened to you over to me? This is a bunch of nonsense here. That's what's happening. What I see is low of the day is 8-day moving average, roughly 53.50 is the 8-day. 21 comes in right here, right about where we're trading right now, which is roughly 54.20-ish. We're not far from that. We're 16 points away from it. But if we were to continue to push up above this overnight high and get back above 54.20, which is they're roughly the same area, boy, I just think they're going to continue to grind higher. I mean, that's what I see. I mean, again, you've got, if gold stays within the body, and it's just something I'll keep in mind to look at, I don't think it's going to be a catalyst unless it takes out that previous day's high or low. If ZB continues to grind higher, I think equities do as well. If ZB were to take out today's low, watch to see what that does for us, and then it opens it up to the gap. I think that this gap has now become a critical moment, price point, range, whatever you want to call it, because as it's being protected, I think it keeps the momentum on the side of the bulls. Hard to be short if that gap gets protected. And I continue to say, as I wrote in my note, we go for those 90-day pause highs. This is the time for the bulls to do it. Again, I'm bearish overall in this market, but for now, I'm bullish because the tape is telling me to do so. If ZB takes out the lows, if gold were to take out previous day's highs, ultimately we get into the gap, then I think it changes everything. I get bearish, and I think eventually we start to head back down to roughly 52.70. Not much to show you in the NASDAQ chart, not even going to go there. That's my outlook this morning, focused on E-mini S&P, and I think it's probably a grind-up day as to what I see for now. What do you think, Pharm?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I feel like the onus is definitely on sellers to prove it from here. I'm also, bearish big picture. And you can see, we came up to roughly top of range yesterday. So, I mean, we put some shorts on as well. But yeah, we didn't get anywhere tonight so far, right? So the overnight session did dip into that gap and we found responsive buyers. And to me, if sellers can't not only get into that gap again, but really get into Tuesday's range, then, I mean, they have nothing. So that's really going to be the story today. It's getting a little congested here for me in terms of like high time frame levels and, this gap. And the reason being, and we talked way back on the way down, I think it was, some of the just big picture rotations, right? And so 57.30s, a loss of that potentially opened 53.75 to 54.08. Well, where are we sitting right now, kind of messing around with this gap? I mean, the overnight low from Sunday was 53.77, right? And then, we're kind of continuing to offer these 54.08s here today. But at the same time, we've sort of, filled in this volume, and it's not like really super clean to work against on an intraday basis. So it's this, this weird congested battle where we've got major high time frame spots. But to me, I look at the more recent price action and how it fits into that puzzle. And so for me, I won't, one single offer at 54.08 doesn't mean I'm max short just because I think that's a really important level, right? What's mattering most to me right now is the presence of that gap, the fact that it has not filled yet. And so to me, sellers need to come in and they would need to first drive through yesterday's cash hours low, and then they would need to drive through the overnight low and get back into Tuesday's range. And we haven't seen that from them in quite a few days. But of course, we've been surprised, and it's come out of nowhere plenty of times. So pressure on the sellers. All the buyers need to do is effectively prevent that from happening. And I do think that we end up floating back up. So to me, this 5408, 5401 to 5408, it's not super clean to work against today. The 5420 to 25, I was actually surprised that put in the overnight high. We held basically yesterday's low and the spike base, like kind of right after Asia opened, and then rallied. And that 5420 to 25 spot, I was a little surprised, honestly, that capped things. So that's interesting and it had my attention. But again, I can't ignore the fact that we just came up here into the gap and sellers just kind of pulled off. And I don't know, maybe there's some news or something, but that's going to be key for today. So I agree, as long as sellers don't accomplish what they need to accomplish, I'm going to be pressing the buy button. I'm more comfortable doing so back within yesterday's range. So I'm not necessarily looking to take longs in this gap, though it might be a long, but it could go either way. So if you're in that gap, things can be a little bit awkward, and we can end up just filling in volume down here, or we could dip into it and just rip right back out. So I'm more comfortable taking longs near yesterday's low. Once we've seen another failure, I always like to trade against the side that has sort of failed, right? And so if I was trading this morning, this was like 2:00 in the morning my time when this hit. But I love to see this, right? So I love to see this failure into the gap and then the reclaim of yesterday's range. And I'm slamming that long and, see where runners can get me after I've taken profits. So definitely onus is on the sellers today to prove it. I hope they do, because I'm bearish big picture, and but I'm not super optimistic, but we'll see what the news brings.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most difficult thing right now, is that I believe this is a mean reversion rally. So we're coming back in. I continue to say the perfect storm, where you've got bonds are stabilized, they're going higher, gold has come off. You take that out of the equation, you look what's happening in our tape, they're protecting the gaps. If the bulls can't make it happen from here, then, I don't know what to say about it. I mean, and I think that, earnings are obviously going to be a big factor again. I mean, you got Google at the close today, Intel. I think that, if earnings if they're not what's expected or worse, can the bulls sustain momentum? Again, I prefer being short too, because I think this is a bear market. I think that's where the follow through is. I think the mean reversion tape is tough. It's why I said yesterday with Kane, I'm like, I really just can't even trade this right now. For me, I hold positions for a full day or multi-days. It's like, to be a little bit light long here, I'll wait and see how they open. Maybe I look at some calls, 5,500 plus on them, but it's like, again, I think it's just a mean reversion move back up, but I can't be short either, because I don't want the tape just to grind against me. The bulls are proving in the short term, looking at your stuff, my stuff, and just the overall market environment, that they do have the chance to take it higher. The question is, can they? Will they do it? I think this morning's open will be interesting to really see if they can push above this overnight high. Can they get legs? But again, I agree with you. If it gets into that gap, game over. So I think risk reward, it still makes more sense for me to say bullish for today. We'll see what they can do. It's about that time where we go to you and go, what's the plan for today? I think you kind of laid that out, because I think it's, actually we have a relatively tighter range, but specifically maybe what are you looking at right on the open?
Yeah, so I went back to the 30 for a minute, and then I'll get back onto my 5. So again, weekly profiles to draw your attention to this kind of 44 spot. I'm using, 5442 to 5446 today. So this was back last week, early in the week, and sellers taking control of these 5440s is what ultimately led to this double distribution week down last week on the inside week that had me bearish. We dropped a key low volume node right in this 5,400-ish area. And that is also a key high time frame low volume node if you're looking at like yearly profile. So this is critical here. The 20s spot, and you can see on the profile, sort of gets you into the meat of that upper distribution. And then you've got the 40s spot in between, and then rotations up towards the top. And the reason I wanted to look at that again is because take a look at the 40s from yesterday. So we kind of put in a double distribution day right at those 5440s. So 5440s are telling me that it is incredibly important. And so generally for me, if we cannot, if sellers cannot get traction below today's low, right? So if they fail down here again, then I'm expecting probably 5440s. Again, I was kind of surprised that Asia didn't lift up to the 40s here off this 20s offer. But I mean, if sellers flop just one more time, I mean, how many times are we going to let that happen before, you know, bulls are going to press on this and lift this to the 40? So, you know, call it 53, you know, 85, you know, if you want just one single level, 5444 if you want a single level, and then, you know, yesterday's high. So above the 40s can absolutely rotate to yesterday's high. So I have some shorts on from yesterday, and part of the reason for doing so was because I'm more likely to take day trade longs. And so, you know, I put on some light shorts, you know, up at the top. And then if the day is along, like today could be, we'll see. It just offers me a little bit of a protection against those longs. If I stop out of my long and, you know, we just completely nuke, I don't feel as bad because I have some shorts on, right? So definitely playing both sides and the edges here. The major edges are basically, you know, yesterday's range and then the gap. So I'm looking for longs on failures from sellers to get into the gap. And from 53.90-ish, 53.85-ish, I still have to lean towards those 5444s printing again on another failure. Now, if sellers do come down, and that just is what it is, if they drive through, you know, yesterday's low at the open, they drive through the overnight low, then, I mean, we're going lower and potentially higher time frame sellers have come in to take this back. But they need all of that. So like they need the hat trick, yesterday's low, overnight low, back into Tuesday's range, or they have nothing. I mean, we could come down and fill the gap with Tuesday's high. And like, you know, that would be suboptimal for bulls, but doesn't necessarily mean it's a catastrophe, because all we would be doing on your weekly profile is just leaving a big giant double distribution week to the upside. So just like the double distribution week to the downside last week had me leaning bearish into the beginning of this week, you know, we now have a double distribution week this week that is forming. And where we close, you know, if it's in the upper distribution, then I'll favor continuation higher, at least for retests. And if we're back in the lower distribution, then that would look pretty gross from a bull's perspective. So trying to play today within the context of that bigger picture, but remaining constructive and leaning with longs as much as I don't want to, as long as they sort of hold this upper distribution generally.
Two things. One is that double distribution, I think, is a very important chart, because that volume profile allows you to see a lot of what we're talking about, how if they're protecting this gap, how important that really is, I think, for the bulls, because like you said, it looks like they go back up and fill the volume up in there, and if they don't, it opens up almost a waterfall type situation where they can go back down where all that volume was, and it just, you know, it becomes really hard for the longs to say that they had their chance, you know, and it almost feels like a give up moment if that gap gets filled and they start getting down there. It gets really interesting if that does happen. And again, the flip side is they stay up in this top volume profile and they build on it, leaving that behind them. It opens the door to higher. So today's an important day, I would say. And I think that, you know, this really solidifies that. One last thing before I let you go, Pharm, is, you know, we talk about different styles that people are trading in here all the time. I mean, we've got some guys in here that are just scalping all day. We've got other people that are coming and maybe doing one trade in their session or two trades. That's some people are looking at multi-days like myself or options. You talk about how you were short yesterday and then you'll take some intraday swings. Let the audience understand a little bit more about how you navigate, because I think it's really smart. And I know we don't talk about it a ton, but just how you navigate your positions from these levels to levels from almost two different time frames.
Yeah, I mean, I call it hedging the edge, basically. People think you always have to be purely on one side of a trade. But really, when you're trading a range, and first and foremost, you need to be able to identify that range. But when you're trading a range, generally you would want to be short at the top and long at the bottom. And so for me, if I'm long biased, then I'm likely to take longs at the bottom and hedge that edge up at the top by adding some shorts on, because I want to hold my long position in case there's an upside breakout in this scenario. And then of course, the reverse is true. If I'm bearish, I want to hold my core short position and hedge the edge at the bottom. And so people always ask, well, like, how can you hold these trades so long? And that's one of the ways that I'm able to do it. And so like yesterday, I actually took the shorts before taking a long, if I remember correctly, but I did end up in a day trade long here. And I mean, I just round tripped my last runner and they stopped me. And like, I didn't care at all because like I had those shorts on, right? And so that allowed me to stay in, and, we scooped something like, 30 or 40 or whatever, for the most part on the long. And then I just left that runner because now I'm like somewhat neutral. And if we went to hell, then I've got the shorts on. And if we, resume, continue to the upside, I've got the long on, and like, I'm okay. So catch the meat of the move, hedge the edge. And that's just if I want to keep a position on. I don't always want to do that. But if I do want to try to keep a position on a little bit longer, then I might hedge that edge. And I do that on a swing basis. I do that on an intraday basis. It just depends on what I'm looking to do. So when there's a clearly defined range.
Love it, man. I appreciate you explaining that. As usual, we do this, Pharm and I, Monday through Thursday from 8:30 to 9. We always have a blast. And it's interesting, Pharm, because we've got really two different ways that we approach this. And sometimes we find that we're really aligned, and other times, we've got different views, and it's great just to collaborate and see. It's funny, you and Jim, I think you have a merit more and more. I want to start putting volume profile back on my chart. And it was funny, 20 plus years ago when I started volume profile, once I was seeing that on the charts, it was something I always kept up, and I kind of went away from it. And now the more I look at it, I think that, it's such a great tool because visually it allows you to see, it's great confirmation for what's happening in the candles. It gives you a chance to look inside the candles. If you take it even a step further, you look what the Order Flow Labs guys are doing. And I love to see what they're doing too. So hopefully everyone, this is opening up, ideas for yourself and your strategies as well, and just seeing different takes of the market, different time frames, different execution. And like I said, I always really enjoy farming. You always really give me and everyone great insights into the day. Thank you again, my brother. Hit that like button for Pharm. Follow him on Twitter and go check out his Substack. He's the man. Pharm, this is our Friday. Have a great weekend. I will see you Monday.
Great weekend, Deli. We'll see you.
Next up, we've got my boy Chris in the house. Chris looking good, dude. Look at that hair today, man. You got a nice little wave on that puppy going.
I'm trying to get to your level, Deli, okay? It'll take a while.
His hair's getting
affected it, but you're an inspiration in the hair world, that's for sure.
His hair's growing, folks. It's getting higher each and every episode. I don't know if you noticed this. We need to talk to production. We need a measuring stick out there. I'm noticing length going. Yeah, it's going up and up and up. I've kind of taken mine back down a little bit. For a while there, I was getting real high, and I'm like, yo, man, this is getting serious. It's hard to maintain it looking that good at that high of a level. But now I think you're superseding my height. It's impressive.
Thanks. I have to enjoy it while I have it. We'll see about the future.
Oh, you're not losing
lucky.
your hair, my brother. I could tell you just by looking at you. Yeah. Well, let's get into a little bit. One of the things that you do that is a little bit different from everybody else, and I love this about you, is you actually draw, scenarios. And so let's take this time right now. It's just after 9 o'clock. We're getting ready to get into the open. I love seeing you draw your scenarios, and I actually wish more and more people would do this, because I think when you do that, you really put a lot of emphasis on your plan. And it
Yes.
resonates with you more, because when you draw it, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're so held that that's what's going to happen. And you always say that. But when you write something down, like Tanya is always writing notes, I see that. When you're drawing it, it resonates with the brain differently. Is that the reason why you do it?
It does. It helps me live in the future for a bit, to say, okay, if this were to happen during this today, I need to know what I am looking to do, what traits I'm looking to put on based on the past interaction around that level, etc. And drawing that allows me to live in that time, even if it's just for a short bit. And that way, when the market's opened and we wait for this price action to come into that scenario that I happen to draw, I know that I need to execute, because I sort of lived through that in a way. And it just becomes easier over time to create that plan in the morning, show up and execute. And if you executed well, call it a day. You did what you were supposed to do in that moment in time, and wait to do it again the next day.
Yeah, and your execution in these streams has been spot on. I love watching them. Today, interesting, right? You heard Pharm and I, you've heard everybody from the morning session.
Yes.
We're all leaning a little bullish, but kind of teetering on some levels here. So I'm curious to see what you have to say for today.
Yeah, so I'm going to start off with the daily here, only because I track that as well. And I've been on pretty not bullish on Twitter, but ever since this big reversal on April 9th, per the trend structure that I follow, I talk a lot about it here. We moved into the second weekly lower low. Most of the time, if anybody can go back in time, you'll find that into that second weekly low after a big drop, we put a low, or sometimes like in 2022, we put in a marginal third lower low, but then price will move up to create that first swing lower high in the markets. And that's a push back into some sort of area, 5,800 in ES. In NQ, it may be a little bit different. I can't remember that level exactly. But when I have that in mind and saying, okay, on the weekly, we've reached a level, both where we found support from previous all-time highs. I think in NASDAQ, it sort of tested that. And then two, from a trends perspective, we are in the second lower low of that weekly extension move down. I know now that there's an 80% chance that we are close to being done with the trend to the downside, and that we are going to get some sort of relief bounce or some sideways to look for that next weekly lower high. If that's my idea on the weekly, on the daily, what I'm looking to do is obviously participate in a push back up into this resistance area, which is this 2050 EMA cloud in red. And from there, wait to see what the action looks like in there. On the daily, we had a wedge breakdown that took place on Monday. We then reversed, and on Twitter or X, I was just super loud about it, saying, hey, if we reclaim Tuesday's high, then we trigger a failed breakdown from this wedge. And that's an internal structure within that weekly lower low, right? So I'm looking at the internal structure to help me participate in that weekly push higher that I think we're experiencing. Now, it can fail, but what needs to happen for that to fail is this low and then this higher low to be taken out. The target on this structure is the 50 EMA, which is the blue line here, and I have this sort of downtrend line. And so I'm looking for participation higher towards that level. If we fail to close or we fail to hold and close the gap, then obviously I'm going to look for lower. But this is a really repetitive structure that we find ourselves in any sort of downtrend or uptrend. This is the substructure or the internal structure inside that weekly 4 candle consolidation that we're in. And the fell breakdown confirms a reversal attempt to that daily 50 EMA. So I sort of lean on that, not only for my swing trading, but for my trade plans that I create every day. And it helps me create something like this. This is the 4 hour now. The moves that we have here are a sideways consolidation, which pretty much tells us that we're in a range like, you know, everybody has discussed on the stream, but it sort of solidifies the boundaries for me. And the trade plan for today based on this was I was looking to see if price could hold this 53.90 area. If not, could it dip down into 53.60, the sort of green zone where you see some interaction taking place here, resistance. So, you know, an attempt at holding for support fails, back test that resistance. And obviously we want to look to see if it's going to provide support. And in doing so, can it generate a failed breakdown below that 53.90 prior day low area and create a bounce? Looks like we're getting that. Similar for NQ. Want to see a failed breakdown below it into a 560 zone that I have on a different time frame, but we got exactly that. So the idea now is that in order to continue this potential expansion move that we saw from this failed breakdown up into resistance, connect back to support, hold, and push up higher, right? Maybe back to this prior day high. I know you guys were talking about this 54.40s area. I'm looking for that as well. In order for that to happen, we need to reclaim and hold this 53.90 area. In doing so, we can look for that participation higher. If we fail to hold that, then price will push back down into 53.60s. Sure, we can see another reversal attempt there, but if we form acceptance, which is a longer consolidation telling us that sellers move lower from here to here and here, then at that point, we know that this 53.60 area is weaker, and we can look for some downward expansion to close the gap into 53.18, 53.40s. If that fails, look for the other side of this base and into 52.50 area. For NQ, a little bit of the same. If we can hold this 600 area, we can push back up. We do need to reclaim this 800 area that we're attempting. You know, NQ is a little bit higher. We did get some semiconductors and some software companies have positive earnings yesterday. So tech is slightly stronger. If we can really hold this 800 area, then there's no reason why we can't push back up or attempt to that prior day high. I do have a level at 940s, which is that afternoon resistance and aligns with that 54.44 area in ES. If we fail to hold the prior day low gap area, we then look for some acceptance in order for me to participate in a potential breakdown. Look for the gap close and then potential on the other side of this consolidation. And then at that point, I would be looking for a reversal back up. So I've sort of broken down from the weekly to the 4 hour. And that helps me understand the environment to see who's in control. And then I can show up and say, okay, I'm going to draw out my hourly plan because I like to say I am an hourly trader. I'm an hourly trend trader. What I look to do is I look to use the 2 minute and the 5 minute for entries to capitalize or participate in those hourly trends. I'm a trend follower by nature. That's why Stowe and I are in very similar trades all the time. We're always looking to participate in that trend. But if I were to create, the plan today, well, we broke out higher. We tested that significant 5,500 area of support. Also that 4 hour base consolidation. We then rejected and pushed back down into that 53.90 area support. We had an initial bounce midday yesterday. I was able to participate in that back into 54.44 area. And we sort of drifted back down again. Could not reclaim that. Overnight failed to hold this 53.90s area, pushed down into that area of support that I highlighted, which was that 53.60 area. In doing so, we created a failed breakdown on the hourly and then had a reversal above prior day low, now attempting to reclaim 53.90. So from the past few hours, this has been a bullish structure. The hourly still here tells me that it might be a little bit choppy because there's really no strong structure here at the moment to say, hey, we have been consolidating here for a while. let's look for a sustainable move higher or lower. It might be because of earnings, right? You brought up that we have Google earnings today. Usually during these times, we do have a little bit more sideways consolidation structure. We are in the middle of this 4-hour base that I've highlighted. So when it comes to that area, I'm sort of looking for mean reversion opportunities to either side of the edge. And from a support and supply perspective, that comes down to 53.90s. Can we continue to hold it, create scenario one here? In doing so, can we attempt an hourly uptrend into 54.43, 54.44 area where we found that afternoon resistance yesterday? Of course, we do need to get to that through that 54.18 area. But if we can push up there and then see if sellers show up there, right? So we can reject back down and see what takes place. If we can form acceptance into 54.40s and buyers really show that we're in that moment, right? We're negotiating with sellers and buyers are stepping up, then we can look for a lower high or to take out prior day high into 54.93. Those are the upside scenarios. On the downside, it would come down to 53.90s failing. If we fail to reclaim, we push lower back into prior day low and sort of back test that 53.90s from the downside, and it becomes resistance, and then we form acceptance, then we know that price is weak and it's now looking for a push lower into that London low. Obviously, we can see some interaction there again, and yes, we can see some sort of failed breakdown again. But if we cannot, then I would be looking for a gap close into that 53.18 zone with some support into 53.40s. Can that hold? Sure. Can we reverse from there? Absolutely. Trend structure on lower time frames will help sort of confirm that. If we fail to hold there, then we look for continuation lower into the other side of the 4-hour base. To summarize it in NQ, a little bit of the same thing. However, that level is 800. Can we hold 800? Yes, cool. We push up into afternoon resistance at 943, this gray zone that I have here. Higher if we can push above that. If we fail to hold 800, can we form acceptance into 700 area? Show that sellers have stepped down, and then if that sort of structure does happen, right, if then else for me, if it does happen, then I will be looking to participate on a push to the downside to potentially close that gap into the 400. It's like 360, 400 area. And then, sure, can we get a bounce from there? Absolutely. If that fails, then we look for that other side of the 4-hour consolidation that we're in into the 250, 280 area. And that sort of summarizes my trade plan. And I wanted to go a little bit deeper into the weekly and daily structure to show why this multi-time frame analysis is so important, because, you know, I've seen a lot of comments on X, and I know Pax talks a lot about it, where he gets messages from people who are getting sort of chopped up, or they're not, this volatility is just taking their stops. Look, if you can slow it down and go into larger time frames to have an idea of what that trend structure is looking like, then, and do that consistently, then you can get to a place where your trading awareness has gotten to a point where you are better aligned with that trend structure. And in doing so, you have an idea of, okay, if we are seeing this potential expansion move on larger time frames, I need to focus on buying pullbacks. Or if we are going to break into resistance, then I need to show some acceptance. Because look, at the end of the day, we're still in a bearish structure, like you've said. So in this environment, you really need to wait for acceptance or a consolidation at resistance to confirm that it's not being pushed back down, right? I need that, because if I fail to follow that rule, then I'm going to get long into resistance when I shouldn't be getting long. And people fail to really adapt to that and fail to really understand the higher time frame structure to help guide their trades. In doing so, at the same time, it slows down my trading, because I'm then looking to only participate. If I'm looking to participate in hourly trends, then I am only looking to place 1 to 2 trades in that area. One is that could be that potential attempt for that expansion move. If it fails, I can get another attempt and participate in the trend. And I let the market do the heavy lifting. You know, I'm not good at scalping. I'm not good at these short-term movements back and forth. If you are, cool, more power to you. But I want to participate in trends. I feel like the risk reward is much better in there. I think we all have shown a little bit of that, all the traders here, and so it slows down things for everybody, and that's my biggest suggestion, and that's why my trade plans are a little bit more like that.
So well put, concise preparation as usual, Chris. One of the key takeaways as well, I think a lot of traders out there will look at a 60-minute chart like you talked about. A lot of people will look at hourlies or 4 hourlies, develop a bias there that they feel really good with, and then we get to the super short term, they're either trading against that bias or they're over trading within that bias, and they don't give the trades enough room. They're not holding their trades long enough. And that's really the key is execution, man. I mean, if you really believe in your preparation, you will find a way to become a better executor of your strategy. And you said it, slowing things down, knowing what side you're looking for, right? I mean, if you have a 4 hour and an hourly that's bullish and you get this pullback and it bounces, or, you know, some traders will go in and they'll just sell the dip to then try and buy it in reverse and try to capitalize on more moves and think that that's really the path to prosperity, but it isn't. You know, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've got myself caught off offsides on the direction that I didn't really want to be, and all of a sudden the move is happening that I wanted to be in, and now I'm fading it, or I just did something stupid because I'm trying to make a quick tick. And so that is the best advice. And lastly, everybody, use stops. I mean, you saw what happened yesterday with Kane. Thank God he had, you know, his stop in. And how this news cycle is coming in and out. Bracket orders are going to be your friend. Again, I talked about this morning. I said, watch how all of these traders coming in, from Merritt to you to Tanya to Kane, you guys put on, and all the Order Flow Labs crew, we got Stowe following you today and his 11 o'clock hour. You guys put on a clinic for execution. It's not necessarily the strategies that I think everyone needs to focus on. It's the way that they execute their strategies is what separates what you guys are doing from other people that may not be having some success. So, Chris, again, I appreciate you, my brother. I will be watching. This is our Friday on the network. So have a great trading day. Have a great trading session. And I will see you next week. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too, Daly. Take care. We'll talk soon. Right now? Are they going to see me? It's going to take me a second. One sec. I have the camera on. I got to turn it off. It's mounted on the All right, guys, some difficulties with the monitor that I was showing things, but let's get started. We'll work on a better chart for you guys next session. So I'm waiting on that. It's a slow morning for me because the area that I needed to be interacting at was right around here for a potential long. You can see this is sort of a reclaim of this 715 zone, similar to ES here. not exactly over that 53.93 area, but it pushes that higher from here. And this is a trend continuation from that area. So there's no entry for me here on a potential long. I have to wait for some sort of consolidation in order for me to participate. I believe we also have some speakers today. Bassett, I think, is speaking again. So at the moment, there's really not much for me to do unless I look to get a little bit on the aggressive side and try and capture a little bit of this, but it's just, it doesn't make sense for me at the moment. So we're just going to be patient here, guys. Let's see what happens into the open in 5 minutes. Under 54.10. See what these other timeframes are doing. Yeah, the hourly is showing that it's a little bit exhausted after sort of rallying all night. So I'm going to wait for this uptrend to end here and see what takes place. Can we sort of backtest for ES and NQ? Backtest this 53.90 area. Can we hold? And then potentially get that move that I talked about in the plan. Similar with the NQ here. Can we come back down into this 800 area, hold, and then push out higher into this 943 zone that I have? But look, NQ is much stronger already. You guys in some trades already? Let's see. $3 minutes for the open. We just have to wait it out, guys. Well, I have to wait it out. There's this trend looks like it's coming to an end. Can we break out directly from here at the open? Sure, but there's no structure for me to participate. Also seeing some divergences on the 15-minute. I know you guys already been trading this. But look, if you're long from this 53.80s, 53.90 area, this was the place to sort of get long, at least for the best risk reward. As this is now a trend, higher highs, higher lows. I have to wait it out. We got 1 minute for the open. That was me yesterday, Faina. I was waiting. I mean, that action at the open was a little bit crazy. Looks like it's going to move up without me. My targets remain 53.40. This is my main target on the upside. So let's see what it looks like. See if we can back test this 53.90 area, 800 in NQ. The blue lines are the scenarios that I've drawn. So ES getting rejected a little bit here. NQ definitely stronger. Might want to push out just directly from here. We do need some consolidation to take place here soon. It's no rush. There was what I would consider an aggressive entry here. But it's not exactly what I'm looking for. Pretty strong divergence here between the indices. NQ's trying to push up higher. We have an SMT as well. I think price can come back down and test this area. And then from there, see, do we bounce back up or do we push lower? I'd like to see what NQ does into this 800 area. See if we can get something. Lock in those guys. Let's focus. Come on down. So let's say ES doesn't, or and both don't come down as we come into this 2050 EMA cloud here in green, can we get some sort of wedge structure where we consolidate? That would be a better indication of a structure that I'm looking to participate in. It's pretty weak though. Yeah, I can do that for the next stream. Kenny, the text is not big enough. ES continues a little bit weaker, NQ stronger. But there's no setup here for me at the moment, guys. This is what ES is doing is just confirming at the moment that the trend is ending, because we had a higher high, higher low, second higher high, second higher low, third higher high. So I would want for this trend is ending. Can it come back down here to 53.93? Back test that. If so, what happens then? Just have to wait it out. And Q doesn't want to come down. A little bit of divergence here starting at the open. So ES is starting to come down here to create a swing low for a structure that I look for, which is what I call a 50 EMA wedge, which is pretty much what this was. And these are contraction patterns that one break, they start new trends, new 9MA trends, which is this yellow moving average. As you can see, this broke out, higher high, higher low, etc. So I need to see that in order to participate, because what this could be forming is a consolidation above 53.90s. But NQ is nonstop, right? There's no setup there for me. But possibly something in ES here soon as we enter that next consolidation. So I'm waiting for that. This would form some sort of acceptance above 53.90s, and then possibly that could be the structure or the setup that helps me capitalize on a potential breakout to 53.43. But this can take 20, 25 minutes. NQ's paying though if you already got long from this sort of breakout here. But it's just not what I'm looking to participate in. So you just have to be patient. For NQ, what has to hold is this sort of higher low here in order to continue higher towards that 943. You know what can happen is with this NQ strength, can it push up into that resistance and then reject, meaning ES can have a failed breakout. There's just nothing here at the moment. No short or long for me. NQ is coming into that resistance that I brought up, which was this 943 resistance from yesterday. You can see the interaction here. So this is that main area that NQ has to break through in order to see higher. ES is now following along. No setup for me though, guys. So I can't join. The potential entry for a setup was here. Yes, into that first area of resistance here at 54.18. NQ wants those 40s. See if we can get a pullback. If we can get a pullback to create a higher low, I'll look to participate if this is going to be real. Pullback to create a higher low and then get that move into 54.40s. NQ is already too far ahead for me. But I'm sort of looking at a, you know, there was no breakout set up for me. What I need to now wait to see is if we can create a higher low and then look to enter there and get a participate in that breakout. The ES cloud settings are the 20 and the 50 EMA. Susie. NQ has reached that first target from the morning plan that I shared. If you participate in this, it's a great place to take partials, pay yourself, if that's part of your approach. Next for ES is 54.40s. Looking for a higher low to see if we can get some sort of participation in that. NQ nonstop though. Beautiful push. Pushing above 40s now. So that next area is an NQ 19,000. ES going. There's that move, guys. I just did not have a setup. So I'm going to wait for a higher low. I wanted this wedge to sort of form here. But, you know, price took out some liquidity below here and just failed breakdown there and push up higher. That's what was the sort of trigger for that. While NQ kept holding strong. Strong, strong, strong. Let's see. Let's wait for that higher low. Text. Let me adjust the text for you guys. Where is font settings? This work for you guys? Looks a little bit better. I don't see them changed. All right, so no higher low for me yet, guys. It's going without me. If you're long, pay yourselves, like I always say. It's going straight to my targets. So NQ next target is at 1910. We are still in a range, so I'm going to be looking to potentially get a bearish reversal. See if we can get something here. All right, we're coming into some resistance here. I would love a little bit higher to potentially consider a reversal. I would love 1910, 20s and NQ, ES into 40s, 43, 44. I will be looking to short that if we can get up there. No higher low pullback for me to sort of join, which happens, right? So I can't chase this. I just have to wait until it comes into resistance and then interact. 19109, yeah. A little bit higher, but I see that level. Faina not in it as well. Let it come back to tag us in. Well, I'm going to look for a short up here. This is strong resistance from yesterday. Let's see if we can get something. Well, I wait. Let me test this one more time. Yeah, the font's not really changing. Oh, there you go. Let me know if that's a little bit too hot, too big, guys, but there you go. Hopefully we can see that now. You know what? I think what that font was doing was changing the original, was changing the text up here. But all right, we didn't really reach that 44, 43 area that I'm looking for. Let's see if we can now get that pullback. I would love 40s to short. 40s or 1910 for 19,010 for NQ. Maybe price can come back down to test this 5418. NQ, let's see if we can get a higher low as well. But if we go straight up, you know, there's no setup for me to participate in. I will be looking for a short if we can get to 40s in ES and then 19 in NQ. And I'll be probably most likely, if I do get a short in, would be shorting ES just because it's weaker. I can short NQ, but it's leading the push higher. Yeah, 1900 is at the moment being defended, but I don't have an entry set up for a short. What I need to see is a higher low fail. If that higher low fails, then I can look for a short. That's my entry setup on reversals. If we can go straight up like this, directly into that resistance, even better for me. Just need to be a little bit patient here. Starting to stall a little bit. Let me change this setting on the... Like nonstop. It wants higher. So 40s can tag here in ES, and then that 1910 zone up here in NQ. And then I'm going to look for a short up there. By the way, guys, making good progress with these, with the zone indicator that I've been working on with Ninja, and getting to the final stage of that. No problem, Kenny. We're going to use that 10 as well in 8 minutes. That can provide that rejection. Love to be this. Would love to be in it, but sort of just went right off the open. There was no setup for me, and I need to be patient, right? I think once you sort of know your setup or your model and its rules, and if the requirements aren't met, you're not really missing anything. Because even though price did get that expected move that you wanted, I could have sure gotten long somewhere, and then I could say, hey, I'm just going to put my stop here. But it's just over time, that's not a sustainable practice. And as you increase size, that means a lot, right? Instead of risking $200, $500, and you start risking more, you know why those rules are there, right? For a specific reason. So NQ inching closer into that resistance, ES still weaker, and I would love for it to push up there. And then I can look for that short. Yeah, almost straight up on the 15-minute here. So 410. How many R multiples is this at the moment? 1, 2, 2R. NQ pretty close up here. Beautiful push. Market's being supported. Internals are great. All right, let's see if we can get something up here. I'm ready to short. It might, you know, it might not produce enough if the setup does form. But as we're inching into this area of resistance, I do want to look for a reversal back down. Software in the tech world is strong, which is why tech is leading. Mags, a little bit green, but it's mostly software and semis that are pushing this higher. A lot of good earnings yesterday. All right, we're starting to stall here. I'm going to wait to see how that higher low looks to potentially short. ES so close to my area of resistance. If we can get a new higher low here, higher high, higher low, then a higher high into that, that would make it a much better setup for me. Delta's already showing divergence here. So that's something I look for Delta to confirm some sort of divergence as price continues higher as we inch closer into resistance. So we're getting that second push up here. So we have our high, low. Not a real pullback, but let's see what happens as we come into that resistance area. And I would look to short there. NQ's breakdown yesterday was at sort of the 1950 area, but the support from that was 1910-ish. NQ's super strong. I love this action. Just no entry for me. Do you guys catch any of this? We have news in 3 minutes. I agree, Faina. 53, 43 to 50. What a push, huh? Great job if you caught this, guys. Just beautiful. Look at NQ. There's still a delta divergence. Well, we might make a new high there now. We do have RSI divergence as well. I'm still going to be looking for a reversal short just because it's part of my plan. In order to push up higher, we need acceptance up here. So unless we do that, then that would set up continuation higher. All right, ES into that, stepping into that area of resistance, NQ's above it, stepping into the yesterday's breakdown. At this rate, it can go for a prior day high, but the plan is sort of playing out here. Let me share this from this morning. You can see scenario one was that we held 5390s, we push up into 5340s. For NQ was hold 700, 800, push into 19,000. From here, can we find resistance? Yes, we need to form acceptance up here to really break out higher. So I'm looking to play that potential mean reversion inside that acceptance consolidation, but I need a 2-minute entry setup here. Just a beautiful move here, though. No slowing down for NQ. Look, if you caught NQ, just a beautiful move. I agree, AV. It's not there yet. The setup's not there yet, too short. Felix, you took the trade as per the plan? I would say, the reversal is a counter trend because this is everything from the larger time frame was saying higher. I just did not have a setup. I could have been aggressive at the open, but there was just like a 3-candle consolidation and we just broke out. So let me participate in some sort of rejection for a pushback down. All right, ESS tagged it, NQ into yesterday's sort of breakdown area. My job now here is to wait for that setup. If it forms, I'm going to take it. Software is really strong in the tech world. Typically, counter trend trades in at resistance and after a move like this are, it's only if you believe in the plan and your process, because they could fail. But it's per my approach, we really need to form acceptance up here to get that next push up higher. Until then, we're still at resistance until confirmed otherwise. Good job, Pete. All right, getting some rejection here from that 43 zone that I brought up. I'm looking for that next higher low to look for a potential short entry. Felix, that was a great trade. 2-minute consolidation wedge, breakout above the zone. You got that. You nailed that. I should be like, I should put on trades like Stowe and Leo that right at those highs. They're good at nailing that top. So I'm looking for a higher low here. Higher low to be formed. Do we push up to a new high or do we fail? And then if that higher low is pierced, I'm going to look for a short. Let's see what it looks like. $8.98. That was good entry. So both into resistance, NQ a little bit stronger. Let me get that short entry so I can take a stab at it. So we have our higher low here. Scenario 1 played out perfectly, guys. If you caught that, beautiful job. I know those in the group I'm seeing their notifications that they were able to get long into that, which is fantastic. Let's see if we can get a new high up here with some RSI divergence or delta divergence to really sort of get a good indication of exhaustion. Yeah, both NQ new highs with divergence on RSI. Same with ES. We're stepping into yesterday's opening range as well in ES. NQ already above that. You're short ES already, JD? Hey, Patty. Glad to see you caught that. Great job. I'm going to be a little bit more patient and wait here. What a push. Look, I say one thing to the group. The trade plan is a better trader than me. Trade plan worked out. I did not have the 5-minute entry. I could have gone to the 2-minute and looked for an entry there. But hey, no worries. We're at resistance. I'm going to be looking for a potential short up here. Just a beautiful breakout here. See, for me, for my rules, if I wait for the higher low to be, then if it gets lost, I might miss the very top of a wick on a candle to short, but at least I'm waiting for the trend, for a trend to end, right? I can't get short until that trend of that higher high, higher low sequence ends. And then I need to wait for that turn. Because if I just try and put a short anywhere on the chart, I have no confirmation yet that the trend has ended, and I can't chase this without a pullback. We didn't even get a pullback to sort of look for a long. But I mean, fantastic action. I even if I'm not in it, it's just this is something I want to see to continue to participate in this, and I have a lot of swings on, and it's great. So we have third higher high here in MES, I should say. We have our side divergence. NQ has a more of a, gosh, this is part of the breakout. Higher high, higher low. I mean, this is just a 2-candle higher low. That's for my rules. That's not I can't participate in that. Fantastic push. Oscar, yeah, swings help. I mean, I that I have a background in that, and swings help. I'll swing ES and NQ in the swing account as well, and that does really well. KD, I have no way to get in this move either. Yeah, per my rules, there's no setup for me unless I'm being really aggressive and looking for this 2-minute, two candle rest and breakout, right? It's not I can't make that trade 1,000 times in a row. All right, I'm looking to short ES here when we get that next higher low. Coming into that next higher low here. Hopefully it doesn't push back a lot. I am really wanting to get in this. I'll start a half size if we can push up a bit more. And then if we get that higher low, I'm going to look to short at that break. Okay, I got half in. Let's see if we can form that higher low. Let's see how we interact here now. It was just straight up. I'm looking at the 5-minute, just straight up, no pullback. So look, that's something you want to see when you're long, right? But if you're not. So we have the higher low here officially. If we can break that, I'm going to look to add. If not, I just have half size on. Low is 39.75. All right, I am in. I'm going to move my stop here. I have a 10-point risk. I'm going to be a little bit flexible with my exits just because this is counter trend and I'm not looking to overstay my welcome if we do not break lower. Entry might have been a little bit too early. I could have waited for that next higher low for that to pierce. So we'll have to see here, guys. But this is an area that I like for sure. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. And then, well, then I would then look for some sort of acceptance up here to possibly participate in higher. If not, I'll take the stop. No worries. Yeah, it looks like it's going to want to push out a little bit higher before we really sort of come down to test some lower support. That's fine. Let's see if we can rest a bit. If not, we'll have to wait for some sort of acceptance up here. I'm gonna move my stop on the first half for 1R. If it does come down. It doesn't look like it. I'm probably going to take a stop. It's just, it's holding too well here. Norman, I may have been early, but I'm not wrong. We really need to see this become a lower high and then push lower, right, on the 2-minute. If not, what prices we're gonna want to be doing on NQ here is push into prior day high. But this is a great area for me. I have to interact there, guys. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I missed a long. There was no entry for me. So I just have to wait it out and see if this does if this resistance does come into play here. The long did happen fast. It was just straight up. I had no entry there. You know, if I was a little bit more aggressive, I could have gotten the entry. But it is what it is. We move on. Still holding really well here. We really need to see this come down a bit. If not, it's not going to push lower. Yeah, ES wants new highs, guys. Let me adjust my stop. We'll take a stop on that. All right, well, let's see what happens now. Divergence there between ES and NQ. ES is stronger now. NQ wants to catch up. Delta pushed up. Look at that. 15 minutes, pretty crazy. It's just straight up. All right, so no rejection there. NQ looks like it wants a prior day high before it possibly rejects. ES pushing above that 40s. Next area in ES is that 54.68. Look, if you're long, just keep those runners. Not much you can do. $5,500 major resistance area. So what then price needs to do in ES is sort of come down and then break out higher. I'll get a good trade in later if it doesn't pan out. What a push, guys. Beautiful push. Software is just kicking butt. Semis as well. Just a beautiful push. It happens. NQ wants prior day high. It's so close. Next area is 54.67 up here in ES. Beautiful push, guys. And try one more short into prior day high if we get that. But that was the area where we should have seen resistance sellers come in and they didn't. So short 54.58. Yeah, it's going higher. What is this? How many points? 10 points. Yeah, at this point, you just have to wait for that next zone, guys. 54.72. It looks like NQ wants prior day high. Just a beautiful push. I mean, it's really what you want to see if you're long. This new breakout here has to fail. If it fails, then it's going to reject back. It can come back down into the breakout area of this 2 minute. NQ picked up, or sorry, ES picked up steam out of nowhere. Financials must be rocking. We have 5 minute divergences. So things can stall up here. Price wanted to push up higher. You know, this can become a lower high against prior day high in NQ. Just a beautiful push. Stowe, if you're long this, I know you're long. Yeah, I have no short setup here. AV, you're short at 54.60. Hope it pays. 54.58 for Jeff. So look, if we are the next area of resistance I had in mind, here's ES and NQ. We couldn't really break or hold this 54.40s. We're pushing up above it. NQ next stop is at prior day high. ES can see 54.80. This is the kind of action you want to see to confirm that sort of weekly and daily structure. Like this is exactly where we're supposed to get that higher low. And it's just great to see the market hold. So keep an eye on this NQ here. The higher low, if it fails, then we can sort of get that pullback that you guys are looking for. If not, we're going to push up higher into prior day high. But you know, I need my structure, and I currently don't have that. This was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 candle consolidation. This is a 54.47, 54.62. Yeah, I wouldn't short at the moment. I mean, that's just me. Prior day high, it seems like a magnet. I don't want to go through stops. NQ has 197. Yeah, look, NQ is 30 points away from prior day high. The trade of the day was long. If you're in that, just ride that. There's a beautiful push. Guys, you gotta be patient. I know you guys are taking some stops. Yeah, I have to wait for prior day high to come in, or wait until the sort of structure ends. It wants it. Can't get ahead of that. Just a beautiful push. EH, just hold runners. If you're taking partials too fast, you know, you just need to hold those runners. Prior day high coming up. I'll look for a new short up there as we come into that area. And that will be my second short attempt. But other than that, if you know, if we take out prior day high, and ES doesn't, that'll be a divergence there in SMT, and just a beautiful push. I mean, I'm just looking at this 15 minutes straight up. Have to wait for that turn to get short. Suzanne, hold. If you're trading with the trend, my biggest suggestion is to hold, because like I brought up earlier, you know, if you're looking to be, or you trade in a way where you're participating in hourly trends, then you, with that objective of participating in hourly trends, you should be positioned for that move, right? So your strategy should, or your exit part of the strategy, right? That exit parameter should be exit only when that hourly trend ends, or when the 15-minute trend triggers some sort of reversal. That way you're sort of optimizing the strategy to better help you participate in that hourly push. Like a close below the 5-minute 50 EMA, or a close below some sort of level that you have identified. I'm waiting for NQ to hit prior day high. I think that's the biggest thing that I come across traders is they are cutting their runners too early, and they're not really participating in this push. Guys, there's 788 watching, and we have 196 likes. Let's get that up for the Ninja team, guys. A lot of work goes into this. Let's show some love. Okay, NQ's inching into that prior day high. 15 points away. I would say here's if you're long, great job. Look to consider taking some partials up here as we're coming into that sort of range resistance here. This was a good consolidation here to trigger long. It held at those 40s, and I was waiting. You know, I am more aggressive, but I try and bring that down here to really highlight the discipline that goes into this. But you really have to sort of adapt. What I like to do is if the trend continues higher, I'm looking to participate in that, but I just don't. All right, it's close to prior day high. I mean, let's see if it hits it or not. Beautiful move here. This is definitely a change in character. We're slowly seeing in the markets, and why that target is that daily 50 EMA for me in indices. NQ 12 points away. I will be looking for a short here again. But I mean, there's no rush in it. Just a beautiful push, guys. I mean, that was a fantastic breakout. All right, here it comes. Delta's higher for Kenny for ES. Am I echoing? Guys, I see a lot, not a lot, just if I can share my perspective here, a lot shorting and getting stopped out. Thanks, Av. A lot shorting and getting stopped out in this move. Look, I try to short, but I think what could help from my own perspective, again, I completely, you have your own approach and don't listen to me, but reversals are all about location, and you can identify that location that is strong, then you have the highest probability for that reversal attempt. In the 5440s, based on yesterday's afternoon resistance in ES, that was the place to look for that, right? Obviously, it failed, but look at this interaction here. Broke below it, we back tested it, rejected, back tested again, rejected. In the morning, it was also resistance turned into support. So location really matters in mean reversion trades. Yeah, Tom, absolutely. I love the push up higher. It's just fantastic. Can I love a move and then look for a counter trend against it, counter trade against it? Yeah, absolutely. All right, so NQ just took out prior day high. There's a divergence there between ES and NQ. Let's see if the turn takes place. But this is fantastic. Stowe, let me know you're in this. I know you're in this. All right, NQ over prior day high. Say, you caught that? Great job. I mean, I was looking for that too. Just didn't have my entry set up. No rules. That's when it's a fantastic trade. I know many are in it. Make your money, please. Jinsey, you held your runner. I love that. Great job. See, people in the group caught that long. Beautiful. All right, seeing some rejection before prior day high here. Nice, though. Great job. Tom is short. I gotta wait for that higher low. Just trail your runners, guys. If that's part of your strategy, of course. If it's not and you already took profits, say good trade. Good trade. What a push. Yeah, so just didn't have that set up there for me. And didn't want to be aggressive on the stream, as you can imagine. With NQ hitting its prior day high, would you stay with your ES longs looking for the same? Look, I think that would depend on your objective. If you sort of see a divergence between ES and NQ, saying NQ took that level and an ES did not, sure. Can that be an indication of reversal? Sure. Does it warrant to getting out of their position? If it's part of your strategy, sure. If it's not, maybe you have a trailing stop where you need to wait for the trend to end, right? It's really going to depend. Still said it, guys. No setup, no trade. Even if, I was expecting this move up higher, but I just didn't have the setup here in the morning. My aggressive side would have probably looked to enter that. Good short there at 63. Who was that? Seb? I'm going to try a short here. I kind of want to wait for the higher low to be put in and then see if we can do another push up higher. See if we get another high low and then push up and then get that divergence. I'm going to try it here. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower. Ideally, we backtest this 40, 46 area. I want to see lower, but we'll see. Again, it's been a strong trend. Just wait it out, guys. So this is a counter trend trade, so I don't want to overstay my welcome. I'm going to look to exit everything down here if we do push lower. See if it can take me out at 1R or $1.5R right here. This would be 2R. $3R, I'm going to look for 2.5. And then back test of the zone. All right, just got to wait it out. Let's see if we can get some sort of a healthy pullback, right? We've sort of been straight up. NQ took out prior day highs, ES didn't. Can we pull back to 54.55? I believe so. These red zones are specific zones that I have here to highlight support and resistance. They're a little bit algorithmic. We are creating an indicator for it. And it comes with a lot of education. You know, they're not just simply support and resistance levels. They are the shade of the red and the green means something different. These darker colored zones represent it sort of gives you an idea of who's in control, whether it's buyers or sellers. And just a lot goes into them. All right, but let's see if we can get that a little bit of a deeper pullback. I'm actually going to look to take most off into 1.5R if we get it. Give it to us. We need to break through this 20 EMA here that we're coming into. Let's see. Just tag us. Tag us out. Beautiful. See if we can tag us out on the rest here. All right, so I took half off at 1.5R from my entry here, which was at the break of the, let me zoom out a little bit, at the break of the 1.5R, sorry, 1.6R. So as you guys know, I look for R multiples. 1R was this 200%. 260% was 1.6, and it took me out there for half. So if we can continue lower, I will get filled out on the rest. If not, we'll see what happens. So far, I got that little pullback that we were looking for and hit 1.6R. Let me just show that a little bit better, highlight that better. Got 1.6R on that reversal setup and bounced right from there. I was hoping for a little bit lower so I could take out that other 3 contracts, but it didn't quite reach that 54-55 zone. And now I have to wait. It is a counter trend. It made sense to short there, just for me, same for that 54-43 area. But I'm not looking to overstay my welcome here in this short. You know, this can just consolidate sideways and then get right back up. if that's the case, I'll probably look to get out on the rest at break even, just so I don't overstay my welcome. But check this out, because I was able to take half off at 1.6R, if the other half gets stopped out, I still was profitable in my reversal attempt because half of the trade closed at 1.6R, the other half closed at -1R, giving me a net of 0.6R, right? So that's what I'm looking to do consistently over time. Yes, I didn't capture the long, and it's unfortunate, but it happens. But if I can sort of position myself, my strategy to allow me to enter a trade, take half off at 1.6R, then the rest out at a later point. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get out. If we get above this lower high on the 2 minute, I'll look to get out for 2, and I'll just leave 3 on. Oh, it failed me. I'll leave 3 on. But in doing so, I am able to, even if the trend that I was looking to participate in fails, I still made money on 0.6 net, right? That allows me to create cushion for the next trade idea. So again, half off at 1.6R, pay myself, cover my risk, as I like to say, finance my risk, and then let the trade play out. $54.40, yeah, 54.40 would be great. Let's move it here. Yeah, I think a balanced day has a good chance here as we wait for Google earnings. We went straight up with hardly any pullback. Can we get a little bit of a deeper pullback to test now that 54.43 area from above, right, which is now support? Right? We'll see. It's been a strong day, so don't want to overstay. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Almost at 300. We got Stowe coming in. I know he has some something to share with you guys. Jeff, you're so short, targeting 54.40. Let's see. Dan got that short. I'm gonna move my stop on the rest at break even here, just because we are seeing a, I'll pay myself a little bit just to cover commissions. In case it pushes back up, I'm not looking to overstay my welcome on this counter trend trade. Thanks, Mark. We might just dance around here. So we'll see what happens. I think higher probability we chop around sideways. I'm going to look for, if we finally get some sort of setup for me to participate in a long, I'll look for that. Probably get stopped out here on the rest at break even. All right, I am out at break even on the rest. Okay, day, I missed that big push. I took a short here once where, per my plan, and it failed. Next idea was to short up here, and I caught some points. No loss on the trade after moving stop on the rest to break even. And I will look to continue trading the day, see what we get. I think now, since we're up here, the higher probabilities that we hold up here, if there is some sort of pullback a little bit deeper, but if we can hold 5440s or 19,000 for NQ, that would set up a long into tomorrow. Good sesh though, guys. Yeah, that was counter trade, so you just had to manage that a little bit differently. I'm just gonna wait now. So the setup that we're potentially forming here into, as my time comes to an end, is a potential contraction here to consolidate this push. We can still continue higher, but sort of going sideways now.
Chris,
Creating this wedge here. Jim, how's it going?
pretty good, man. Pretty good. Good job today, man. Counter trend trades, I'm always really bad at. I don't know why.
Yeah, I took one shot, got stopped out, and the other one was a profitable trade. So I didn't catch the long like Stowe did. A little bit jealous.
I'm back in it now, Chris. Also, very nice to meet you, by the way, bud. Super nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Yeah, this is the kind of day that I like. So I'm glad to try to ride this as long as they give me the option. So
This
But
is
yeah,
the
sick.
first time you guys just met just now? This is for
Yeah,
the first
yeah.
time?
We've only ever chatted in the just in the chat, but yep.
Super cool. Well, you're both meeting super cool dudes. You guys both just met one.
Cool cats, right, Jim? That's what we
Yeah,
we
baby.
say.
Yeah.
That was a really awesome counter trend trade, Chris. I don't have that in my toolbox at all to make that, but you executed that really, really nicely and managed it really, really nicely. That was cool. That was fun to watch, man.
Thanks. I like watching your streams too. Learn a lot from you guys at the Order Flow Labs.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh, there it is. Good entry.
Yeah, I tried. I had to take 2 shots at it. Kind of the way that I manage these days is like, with this VWAP band is kind of a that trend level. So I took some off going into it and it rejected. So if we can just get above IB high, and keep partying, that would be cool.
Yeah. Hey, look, before I get off, I know you have an announcement. Count me in on that, all right? So
Oh,
a
no,
lot
I
of
will
good-
for sure. I will. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, man. Yeah, we're going to do 6. We'll do 6
Yeah.
monthly subscriptions. I'm going to give everybody the rest of the stream to enter, and then I'm going to announce the winners on Twitter after I get off. So
Yeah, awesome.
awesome.
Love to
Thank you
see
so
that. A
much
lot
for
of
doing
good-
that, man.
Good feedback. No problem. Hey, whatever we can do to support those that are starting out, right? We know how difficult it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So let's get Chris some thumbs up here, some likes. You did a great job, and
Yeah.
looking forward to seeing him next week. Thank you, Chris.
All right,
Appreciate
guys.
you,
You
man.
guys take care. Later, Jim. Later, Stowe.
Later, buddy.
All right, all right. All right, Stowe, are you refreshed and ready to go, baby?
I'm all right. I'm doing okay. I don't know about refreshed. No. How about you? What's your refreshment level right now, Jim?
Yeah, no, pretty good, man. I told Shy and Anthony this morning I was well rested and ready to go. Got to bed early last night, no drama whatsoever. I had a
Nice.
after a good dinner, and there we go, man. Did my early morning old man walk around the neighborhood, and
Yes, that's key. That is important. I did the same.
Is it?
Oh, I wanted to tell you, they had me go get pictures taken yesterday, right? And they sent me as the example pictures all of your headshots. So I was showing them around to the photographer guy yesterday. It was really good. He's like, "Oh, these are great. These look awesome." I was like, "Yeah, Jim's a good-looking guy, you know."
That was the most horrifying experience in my entire life. That whole the guy's like, smile, thumbs up, move your hands around, and I was like, I was a fish out of water, man.
Yep. No, same. Okay, cool. I'm glad you had a similar experience to me.
Yeah, you're a good-looking kid though, so I'm sure this is going to be all right.
They'll touch it up. They got magic for that now. So
Yeah, that's true. All right, man. Well, listen. Good luck trading today. I'm gonna sit back and keep my eyes on you, man.
all right, my friend. Thank you.
All right. Good luck.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, chat. How are we doing? How's everybody's day going so far? Looks good. What a great executed trade by Chris there. This is actually starting to look a little more like it's going to retrace. Now we rejected this IB and put the point of control up here, and there's all this absorption. But yeah, let's talk about it. We'll go back and talk about the setup for the whole day, and then we'll get into that trade I'm in. We'll see if I survive. I got a feeling they're going to come stop out this last runner, but that's okay. All right, so again, back to the overnight. For some reason, they lost my zone. So looking at the overnight, we can see. Yeah, I'm not sure where it went. I lost my European 30-minute opening range. But I can just tell you where it is. Yeah, it looks like 756, 730. So right in here. So pretty choppy, both sides of it. This is 3 o'clock here. Looks like went down, then up. I think we had must have had some news here. I'm not sure, but not much to take away from that European 30-second opening range. So I didn't really, whenever it's choppy like that, action above, action below it, I just kind of don't read much into that positioning at all. And then getting into the day, obviously this uptrend started pretty immediately. We had even the jobs numbers didn't have a chance to take it down at 10. It was either jobs or housing at 10 o'clock Eastern. But yeah, we've just been in this uptrend. Some good spots to add and get in if you weren't in to begin with. Right here at this exhaustion, down here at the +1 VWAP, good spots in here. And I'm kind of, oh, nice, cool. So looking at this, when we start to fall out of this, that's when I start to hawk re-entry trades. As we can see, we got a good exhaustive bubble that fell out here, and then kind of puked down and reclaimed it. So I took an initial long here on the reclaim of this exhaustion. There was also an LVN here that has since filled in. So got long here, scalp 2 off, And then I got stopped on that one here, re-entered again here, and then I took 3 off, and now I'm just in this remaining runner. But it feels like, slow grind up day. The VWAP slopes are still pointing up and to the right. They're starting to flatten out a little bit, but for the most part, trend still pointing in that direction. I'd also look for a long down here. This was my A plus. I'm kind of looking forward to come back and hit this 45, which is also would coincide with all of these spots getting run. This was a lot of seller exhaustion down here earlier in the morning. So if we see a retest of this and a retest of this LVN and then back into this rotation, that's A plus for me. But I'm also happy to just jump on. You know me when I see it. How'd everybody else do today? Everybody able to identify the trend and hop on it? Right. Good morning. Good morning. Nobody in it yet, huh? Had to switch to MNQ? That's not a problem. You can do plenty of damage with micros too. You don't need to be on minis. I'm not, especially not right now. I don't know. Headline risk is just too crazy. I like to have just 4 micros in there, easy to manage. I can take a couple shots and keep that stop loss tight. I feel so much more comfortable doing that than putting a whole mini on. And I think it's important to, be able to stay comfortable and relaxed and not have to feel like you're sweating points because you're oversized. That's important anyways, but especially in, this market. Headline risk is so crazy. So right now we're at previous day high. This was an interesting spot at 180. This was a lot of absorption and maybe a big passive seller. We'll see when we get back up there again if they've got any more bullets. Kenny, what part of my setup would you like me to understand? But I'm happy to explain anything. Yeah, fat fish. Nothing wrong with micros. There's lots of good opportunities to get solid commissions on those too. Especially if you're learning, if you've only been trading a couple years like I have, you don't need to swing a bunch of size around. It's not a contest. You can make a very, very good blue collar living just throwing a couple micros around at some good setups. The band on the top left, are you talking about this? So I have RTH VWAP bands on here. What those look like are this. If I pull the whole thing, so this is the +1 to +2 standard deviations on RTH VWAP, and then this is the RTH VWAP itself. And then down here you have -1 to -2, and I just use these as context clues for trend. I have some rules around them that I've made for myself to keep me out of trouble. I don't take shorts in the top band, and I don't take longs in the bottom band if they are, sloping, whether it's up or down. If they're flat, and it's more of a capital D shaped profile day, more of a balanced day, then I will take trades inside of those bands. But this is part of my thing. No problem, man. ES hasn't taken out yesterday's high yet? That's weird. What's it waiting for? I'd also like to see I don't know. This kind of, I'm getting the vibe that this is going to be just like a balance up here today. We're going to need to see some more aggression. We can get a new high here. That would help. And then I'd be interested in adding. I was talking to my friends today. Where I used to be a lot more comfortable with adding, I've kind of gotten rid of that that inclination, just because we're one tweet away from that ad getting run over. So I'm probably just a little gun shy. Cool. Let's watch this for a second. Did you see that? All of that buying, that 180 guy still had a lot left, and price went through him. So we just saw a passive seller, and buyers ate him up, and currently being rewarded. So this is definitely a sign of strength. So now I'm a little more confident to look for a pullback long ad in here. There's some strength, baby. Yeah, ripping now. Cool. Let's see if this round number has any resistance. Sometimes, you get a little kick off those. You can really gauge the buyer strength. But yeah, they're stacking it up right behind them too. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. While I'm thinking about it, so just a reminder on this contest that we're doing, Order Flow Labs is doing. We're giving away 6 total spots, and you get 30 days of the Order Flow Labs NinjaTrader tools, and access to the Discord, all that stuff, just so you folks can try that out and see all the stuff that we've been working with. All right, there's that 200. All you have to do to enter that is just go to my Twitter. It's ThetaSto42 and or X, sorry. And there's a tweet on there. All you have to do is quote tweet that with the reason why you trade. And it's that simple. I'm going to pick 6 winners after the stream today and announce them on Twitter, and we'll make sure to get you set up. I'm excited for you all to explore that and really get to know these tools a little more. I guess I'm looking for previous week high, huh? Yeah. If they're going to give it to us, that's awesome. Can I talk about how you determine the trend early on, just based on the slope of the bands? Yeah, honestly, that's it. Of course, I'm looking at order flow. I'm looking at a lot of other things. I'm looking at how, buyers are rewarded and sellers are not rewarded. And that's all stuff I, glean from this Delta profile here. So like a good example is there was a big passive seller at 180. I don't know what the intention behind that trade is. Like, you never do. All you can do is watch the trade get executed and then see the reaction that the market gives. So these sellers here were outnumbered by buyers. You can see that because they put in a ton of work here. That was a lot. It was a decent amount of lots. And, buyers said, nope, more please. So, it's an auction. And so right now price is saying that this was not a fair price and they think it should be higher. So for now, we just continue to stay on the side of buyers. Also, you can see the VWAP slope perked up too, right when that happened. And so the VWAP slope itself is just like, well, you got to remember, like, these aren't real lines, it's just a vague way to interpret what's happening. You can't count on price to react at those places because they're not real. You're putting them on as a visual cue for yourself to understand the context of price action. But yeah, I just look at the slope, and I spent several years going through my own stats and through my own data, and I determined that when I'm taking shorts in this top band, I'm usually losing those. And when I'm taking longs in the bottom band, I'm usually losing those. So A lot of what studying your own stats does is it gives you the opportunity to, eliminate setups that you don't need to take. Because especially if you're watching order flow, you could find a setup every 3 points if you really wanted to. So as part of that process and really honing in on what my strengths are, that's just something I found for me. And that's something everybody does for themselves, I like the rest of the dudes, they don't have this VWAP rule at all. They'll take shorts up here all day. And you also saw Chris trading boxes. He took this short over here and got paid for it. So, it's just all about your own personal stuff, your own personal setup. I also had a long setup in down here that he didn't have because it was against his rules, but these are within my rules, so I'm able to take that. So that's all stuff you'll find if you really dedicate yourself to the process of, analyzing yourself, analyzing your own data, being honest with yourself about that stuff. It's I don't know, it's helpful for me anyway. Don, I use RTH VWAP on NQ because I find it to be more responsive. Not that the 24/7 or 23-hour a day VWAP is not useful as well. I will pull that one up if there has been like a really big overnight move. I will maybe use the full session VWAP bands on that day as well, just to give an idea of that context. Because I don't know, the VWAP is volume stuff. And if there's been a lot of volume overnight and there's a lot of volume in the RTH session as well, I like to look at that just for context in the whole session. But if overnight is its usual volume, then I'm more focused on what the RTH session is doing. And that's just for NQ. I find on ES that the 24-hour volume VWAP bands are just as effective as the RTH ones. Oh, that's awesome, Ashcan. Great. Good. Yeah, everybody should go get the free OFL suite. Like, there's no reason not to. There's lots of cool stuff in there, especially if you're new to Delta stuff and order flow trading in general. Just go get the free tools and just look at them. Don't trade them. Just play around with them and see what you see. It's a pattern recognition game. Everybody's gonna see different patterns. So I want to watch this. We see this. There's a ton of selling going into this guy. So we're pushing out of this profile. Nice. We're pushing out of this profile here, and we're trying to build a new balance up here, but it might be failing as we speak. So I'm just going to watch. We're going to come back, test this 180 guy, see if he has any bullets on the other side. This is also Europe is closing now, so we're getting to the end of their session. Could be some profit taking up there. Yeah, previous day high retest could be cool. I don't know if they kind of did. This is right here. I don't have it on my chart because I don't want to clog up my chart with a bunch of MGI. But I believe it's at 166-ish. So right here. I would ignore this. There, we've got to move this VWAP. Okay, cool. So this is our current leg here. We're also testing that VWAP. Anchored from here. Just trying to pay attention and see if the buyers come back in here at this 180. Yeah, this was pretty grindy here at the previous day high before they popped it. So we'll see. Katie, you want 270? All right, cool. I'll take 270. Yeah. I'll take 255. How about that? I don't want to get greedy. I'll take 255. Gennaro, the Delta volume profile is part of the Order Flow Labs tool set, and all you have to do is sign up for that, and then it's part of the suite. XY, what's up, buddy? You're up early. My goodness, homie. Kenny, if I miss my trade at my A+ location, how do I decide where to enter? I mean, the A+, I mean, I didn't miss this, just to be clear. I think I was talking about this. This is an A+ spot down here. This LVN, like a B. It's a B minus. I'm going to take trades in both of them, but I'm just cognizant that like this is also an area of opportunity. If this fails, I'll wait for this. And if this fails, then I'm waiting for a previous week high down here somewhere on the other side of this VWAP value. Because if price has gotten all the way down here to the 40s and 50s, then I'm just going to wait for the whole retrace. I don't want to, click the button too many times if this LVN decides not to hold, because this is a pretty thin area here back into this volume. So, I mean, there's lots of spots you can get in if you want to. But the point is just like you can hawk future entries while being in one now. You know what I mean? And if we come out of this VWAP band also, I see we're testing the previous day high right now and it's just nuking right through it. So I'm just trying to watch. This is Europe closes here. I'm gonna test these highs here now. Yeah, seller is in the chat big time. Coming back up to previous day high now. Again, just to show you, it's actually lining up with this +1 here. So reclaim of this, and I will add, reject this, and I'm just going to get flat and wait and save some of these points on this runner. I don't have the need to spend this money if it's going to retrace. I'll just take that off the board. We'll see if they can lift it. Just lifted 161, about 50 lots there. Let's see what they want to do. Kane, what's up, homie? How's that garden doing, bud? No, I'm not looking for sellers, Kane. If you heard that, you were mistaken. If you want to just go ahead and go back to bed, that would be great. Prayer City, you can just go to orderflowlabs.com and sign up for the tool suite there. MA, would I add at previous day high? I'm sorry, this question is a little old as we are now below it, but that answer was no, based on how we reacted to it. It did not show any interest at stopping there so far, and now it has rejected it. So at this point, I'm just hands off. Like, I still need to see, like, a level is a level, and that's it. So MGI is just that. It's just market generated information. There's no reason to enter a trade just because a line is somewhere on a chart. You have to see something happen there. So we've dipped down below it, and now it's trying to reclaim here. We'll see if these sellers can be rewarded at, we're coming up on the turn, so we could be able to get back in here. And then I'm happy to be long, but this is a good example of trying to stay on the right side of the V. I don't want to just jump in here because I would take all this heat. What I want to do is see some action here. I want to see it get past this LVN, and then I can get in here and lean on this for a place to put my stop. Because if this is the V, then this is where my stop can go, and I can be safe. Actually, I will just add. So I put two. Crap. I only wanted to put one on. It's okay. Put one, then I'll put one on. I'll just sit that at the limit. Now we'll tuck this baby up here, and we'll see what happens. Oops. Do I have 4? Yeah, I have 4. Okay. I'm going to hide behind. I'm going to hide behind another one of the world's smallest LVNs right here. I mean, this has a pretty high probability of stopping this out. Just because we're in, this is the IB. It's not a great place to put your stop. Yeah, here it comes. Are we good? Okay. Sorry, it did not execute my stop. Or it was delayed. That freaked me out a little bit for a second. Okay. Now we're flat again. Let me get in and hide behind this again. Seven? How'd that happen? Weird. Okay. I accidentally was oversized there. I'm not sure why it clicked a 7. Okay, anyways, so we swept the IB, got stopped out. We were kind of in a precarious place there. That's okay. And that's why, I just banged back in. We got 4 off there for 12 points. And then I'm just going to try to put this up here at the previous day high, 66. See if we can get that. If we get out of these now, I think that's a pretty clear previous day high rejection. So we can maybe think about if this is, yeah, they might be walking it down. Okay. All right, cool. So we took 2 partial stop outs just now. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause. I'll put this at the high just to give myself some perspective on what we're looking at now. Whenever I take a couple stops, whether they're partials or whether they're fulls, we just need to rethink. We need to take a step back, zoom out, Look at the bigger picture. There was the 1030 turn. Yeah, I feel like this is just going to be. I'm sorry, I don't mean to use the word feel. It's not good. It's not a good word to use. My vibes from past experience with these days is this little node getting rejected up there. I mean, they've been doing this for weeks and weeks and weeks. They'll just try to put in a bunch of volume and then it fails. It got a quick retest and fell. That's not a trade setup that's in my wheelhouse, so I don't take it. But it's good to note that that was rejected. And this 180 guy that had a ton of he had a ton of bullets, and he is now very much on sides. So it's time to maybe think about watching for this spot, watching for actual view up touch. Watch what happens down here. Yeah. Yeah, I think context has definitely shifted a little bit. Which is something that happens at 11:30 noon, you know? This is a pretty common reversal time. This band's starting to flatten out. Yeah, I still got single prints though, so I'm not trying to fade that. Yeah. I'm just going to be patient, make sure that my order quantity is correct. How did I get to 7? That was weird. Kane does love to sell, Leo. You two are truly cut from the same cloth. Couple perma bears, you ask me. I'm just kidding. Neither of them are perma anything. Hmm. I'm on the screen of. Oh, okay, yeah. I wonder if there is NinjaTrader yet. I assume that's how Anthony was like all of a sudden in Pittsburgh one day after he like closed a show in Florida. It must be the NT jet. Oh yes. Let's get some likes. Likes in the chat. They help everybody. They help all the traders. They help the algorithm, I assume. Is that Deli's personal jet? Or, I mean, if I had a jet, I'd probably offer to put the NinjaTrader logo on it for like a couple bucks. You know, it seems like a missed opportunity if he hasn't done that already. I'm sorry, a PJ. Personal jet. Personal jet? Private jet. Private jet. Sorry. Well, here we are at previous day high again after they've taken my stops twice. Also rejected that view out from the high. Kane, I'm going to try short. Just so everybody knows, if you're in a short, you might want to get out right now. I mean, it's really, the buyers are pretty strong here. this is going to be a short flip long if that stop gets hit. It's also, I mean, this trend is pretty strong. It came back to the midway point between the +1 and I don't have the 0.5 on my chart just because, I mean, it would be line city. But, I mean, in a really strong trend, it's going to respect this 0.5 too. And it's done it twice. You just kind of eyeball the halfway point. Don't need the line itself. I'm going to scratch out of this. Watching it. Getting some absorption here. Need to see if they want to push through. He sold to pump it. Ah. Thinking. A lot of absorption. Just need them to start crossing down. And this short could work. Or I'm going to have to flip long. We'll see. One of those two things is going to happen. And I'm going to try to be very quick about it. I'm going to try to flatten and slap the bid if I need to flip. Or, I mean, we're already in the short, which is... So I'm leaning on this LVN up here. Also anchored view up from the high. This is the absorption I'm talking about right here. And again, I'm only happy to take this because we're below this this +1. But let's see. You got what's up? What's up, buyer? Buyers got some gas? We'll try the quick flip. See if we're rewarded. Might be too slow of a day for the quick flip. Need above this LVN. And again, I'm back. I'm fighting with this 180 guy again, so let's see if he's got any gas. Any more bullets up here, Mr. 180? How do you feel? Are you done selling? Kane, is this you? I'm going to keep this pretty tight, too. Let's see. Yeah, crossing. I mean, you can see the bids hitting the tape. We'll see. Retested that absorption. Retested the bottom of that LVN. This 180 is just a nasty dude. We need to take him out with some, veracity. Got one off. What do I have here? 173. I'll take one at 93 too if we can get back up here. But I got a feeling this is just going to be a partial. Yeah. It's hard to grind through some of these big spots when you get on either side of them. Get down to 1. Looks like we're going to have to take a stop on that. We'll see if that bid can save us there. Previous day high, but I doubt it. Those big pieces of MGI, they're extremely messy to execute around. It's like the previous day high is like the IB. It's like everything. So always take those levels with a grain of salt. Look for order flow around them when you see it. That's when you try to execute. Like, because it was a pretty indecisive place. Like you could see I was trying to stay short and then flipped long when the buyers won. So now we're just trying to stay in it, but it might take you a couple shots. That's the other reason I'm on micros still. It gives you more opportunities for sure. Take profit, Tom. What do I mean absorption? That when price gets to a place and it is interacting with either buyers or sellers there, like right now, this spot is absorbing buying. These sellers were absorbing buying. Just like down here, this spot is absorbing selling. Yeah, see, we're going to reject now. Yep, very messy. Kane, you want to see 10 a.m. open from the 80s, but we danced around a bit too long for me. Yeah, it's definitely doing. It looks like it's just going to turn this into that profile. I don't like we rejected this. This was nice, but this LVN said no in a pretty big way. That's okay. Not funny. I'm gonna announce those on Twitter after the stream is over. I didn't know if it made sense to read everybody's Twitter handles on NinjaTrader Live. I don't know if that was gonna be it makes sense or not. But and I also wanted to give everybody a chance to still enter if you want. You got 15 minutes. All you got to do is go quote tweet the contest tweet on my Twitter and tell us why you trade. What is your why? And we're gonna pick 6 spots because Chris, Trading Boxes Chris, offered to chip in for another 3 people. So you can thank him for that generosity also. Need some good whys. There's some good whys in there, Chris. There's some okay whys also. Yeah, that might have been the end of the action, folks. I was trying to get us this breakout trade so we could really be partying on Thursday, but it doesn't seem like that's going down. I mean, if you take a step back and look at the whole thing, You know, here's your pullback. There's your pullback. This is what I'm trying to lean on to get higher. Just find somewhere in this zone, but this is also like point of control. I really like to initiate in here. I'd rather take a momentum long up here and pay for it and then catch the rip when it goes. It's much easier for me to initiate at those edges. I know it might sound weird, but it's much easier for me to initiate at those edges as long as I can keep my risk in line. Yeah, we're giving away 1 month free access to the Order Flow Labs NinjaTrader tools for 6 people. And that gets you in the Discord, that gets you all the tools, access to the knowledge base, all those things. So, you know, you can take a look at this stuff. Okay, all right. Kane says he's giving away, he'll cover 3 more. Not to be outdone by trading boxes. Okay, looks like 9 people are going to be cruising into the OFL tool set this month. That's awesome. My selfie mirror. That's a funny username. Just go to my Twitter and quote tweet that the contest tweet that's up there with your reason why you trade, and that'll get you entered. I'll give everybody till 1 Eastern time. How about that? So everybody gets an extra hour. You don't have to do it in the next 13 minutes. that seems gnarly. So I'll do it at 1. Such a nice community of other traders. I really do value you guys a lot. It's been so nice to meet Chris and Kane, and you know, I got to meet Merritt for real. You know, it's so cool what NinjaTrader has done just to bring us. I just get to talk to a lot of cool people, and I'm grateful for it. So I'm really appreciative. Thank you, bud. I appreciate you too. Yeah. Just chopping around. There's another one of the world's smallest LVNs. I mean, they keep following it up. Just trying to watch this tape. It seems pretty two-way. Something that, oh, whoops. There you go. I was trying to get in here at 50s. As you can see, I got filled. So here we are, the perils of a market order. Again, you can see I got filled here at 72, and then immediately got one off again on that ramp. Trying to cancel. Okay. We're back to previous day high. Yeah, a ton of volume just stepped in for some reason. Could be anything. We got up back to that 180 guy. And this is absorption again up here. Needs to step on it. That's definitely got to be up there with worst market order fills I've ever experienced. that was like a 20 point slip, but that's what happens. So if we get stopped here, that's fine. Obviously, we're just trying to get in this for a quick scalp. Lean on this. It was these highs being retested here, and I watched the candle flip to the white hot for a quick second. So that's why I slammed in. I don't know what that was. Some covering, something. Yep. So another quarter fill. Would have really liked to get in at that 50 where I hit it. It is a bit of a mess, Jimmy. You're right. This has been a very frustrating market to try to market into. Obviously I try to avoid things like the news. I avoid any sort of news print. I avoid any sort of, large half-hour turn. I'm always just cognizant that that's the time when volume tends to step in and make those orders a little different. But this just goes to show at 11:50 in the morning, sometimes you're going to get a weird spike at exactly the time when you press the button, and you're going to get filled 15 points ahead of where you thought you were going to get filled. So, yeah, Fat Fish, I thought they were going to take it out. I thought that tug of war was done. But nope, not yet. But we got all day, My friend AJ likes to say we have all day to buy this thing. And so I try to remember that as well. Oh, thanks, Michael. I appreciate that. I've never done this before, so I don't know if I'm any good. It's luck. Trying to watch it again. There he goes. Mm-hmm. See if we can smash this break. Get to the other side of this LVN.
Stowe will not be deterred.
I won't. No, that's why I like to keep my size small, Jim, so I can, I can take these shots. It's, especially with these momentum trades, man. It's like, it's a wiggly market. So you have to be willing to. I'm going to take one at 200 too, just to get half of this paid for, so I can try to wait for higher.
Yeah, I mean, after I'm remembering, Deli and Pharm this morning were like, I don't know if I believed them at the time, but they're like, yeah, today's going to be a slow grind up.
Oh, that's good. Did they call this? I didn't watch. All right, cool. Well, good for them. That's great.
I know. It was like, really? How do you know that? And sure enough,
Jim, you're good luck, dude. Do you know that? Has anybody ever told you that?
No.
No. No, you are, man. Did you see what happened? You popped in and immediately that trade I was fighting with for the last 30 minutes finally started to do its thing. We just need a higher high here, and we'll be ready to cruise.
Dude, we had some Deli and Pharm karma on that trade.
Yes, we did. That's true. I'm surprised I got any Deli karma. I was making fun of his private jet earlier. So.
Oh my god.
Cool. All right. Well, that was pretty fun.
Yeah, no, for sure. We can keep rolling for a second here. Are you still in? I'm squinting to see your screen.
Yeah, I'm still in. I'm just gonna keep, I'm just gonna keep my stop right here. This is a good spot. If this is really gonna keep going from here, then I want to get to that previous week high, which is up here. And if we hold this this volume node I was talking about before, that was put in here.
Yeah.
If we can hold this and press higher, that's going to give me some confidence to continue holding too. So higher highs would be nice. Some likes in the chat for higher highs would be nice.
Smash that like button, everybody. That was awesome.
Yeah, not too bad. We had some good narration. Mostly just scratched until right now.
So let's say we go sideways for a long period of time. Is there any circumstance where you would change up anything on the trade?
No, no. As long as we're inside of this band, and as long as this is continuing to go up here, I'll watch it, but I never like to move my stop, dude. It just like it never ends well for me, so I just don't do it. I know lots of people like to trail, lots of people like to do that, but especially if I have a free trade on, which I have at the moment. My big idea here is this day is trending. Pullbacks have existed, so it feels like a healthy trend. Let's keep going to the previous week high. Shoot, I had a 213 level there. I wanted to take that at. Rats. Yeah, I'm just trying to pull this idea off, and if they come down and get me, that's fine because it's a free trade, and we'll bang in again if we need to.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I hear you. I love the way you have your bracket set up.
Yes, that is extremely helpful. It's good to it's just good for me to be able to visualize like how much of this am I trying to capture? How much am I going to be able to pull off? This 180.
Yeah, I mean, if the bracket feature is so feature rich on the desktop platform, it's
oh yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
We can even look at it for a second if you want to.
Sure.
So this is what it looks like. You put your total order quantity in, you put your stop loss, your take profits. Oh, that should be 49. That's wrong. I'm glad we opened that. I've adjusted this back to normal size from that crazy week. I must have messed that up and typed wrong. But yeah, you put each quantity in here. So like total quantity is 4. I like to do 4 lots on. And then you can save it if you want to. I like to call this MNQ4 lot just so I know what I'm doing.
Yep.
And then once it's there, they all just live in your drop-down menu. So you can go in and switch these up if I want to be on NQ for 1 lot, 2 lot. That way you can have a bunch of different sizing for, all different kinds of market conditions, and you can click through them real fast.
Yeah. So anybody wants to just shoot us an email out at learn@ninjatrader.com, and we could direct you to some how-to videos if you're interested in learning how to work them. So
sweet.
All right, man. Well, listen, thanks for this morning, man. You're doing double duty, right? You'll be on here this afternoon?
That's right. I'll be on in the afternoon. We'll see what this thing's up to then.
All right, awesome. And I think you and Leo are going to be here. I'm out this afternoon, so Tracy will be with you and probably you, right, with hot commodities, and Leo.
Does Tracy know this? Did you tell Tracy, or are we just?
I don't know.
Are we going to surprise her?
No, that's above my pay grade. We'll let Shab do it.
All right, cool. That makes more sense. All right, sorry in advance, Tracy.
Yeah. No. It'll be good. It'll be good. Oh my God.
Thanks, everybody. I'll see you this afternoon. Appreciate you much.
All right, so Order Flow Labs, everybody, give them a powerful thumbs up. We're going to go ahead and end the morning session. I do want to remind everybody, 2:30, we're coming back, and there will be some live trading on the close as well as the hot commodities report. In the meantime, I will see everybody tomorrow morning. Talk to you then.